supposed to dance. Why is it you dance, especially? You dance especially for me today. Yeah. Yes.
And hello, greetings everyone. I hope you can hear me. Let's see. Okay, yeah, you can hear me. Thank you for joining me. I think we have about 40 people watching, and please like, share, and subscribe. That is important to the channels. Please like, share, and subscribe so that other people can be able to view the videos, and people, you can be notified whenever we are streaming. Yeah, we're going to be having a conversation today regarding the events of the week, including what is going on in Nigeria, of course, and what is going on in the world. And clearly, everybody has heard of the war that's going on in the Middle East that has led to energy prices skyrocketing. And we've also heard of the tragic events that has occurred in Nigeria. There are quite a few, interesting information that's coming out of Nigeria. Some of them are negative. A few are positive, so if you are positive, but quite a lot of negative information you tend to get out of Nigeria lately. Let's hope we get better news in the future. Also, the conversation we're going to be having here today is going to be based on learning, sharing, and respectfully, and without the interest of kind of trying to discriminate against any group. No discrimination. Is all about learning, and we don't intend to insult anyone. We don't intend to kind of malign any group, because we're going to have some robust conversations. And just if in case you feel offended, just understand that we are just trying to learn and try to understand each other. There are so many things words cannot convey, and people will say things you don't like. Sometimes they may mean it, sometimes they don't. Just regard it as a way of learning, and freedom of speech is important. People are trying to ask searching questions because there are certain problems that are going on in the world today and in our country. Sometimes you see a situation whereby two people will see things and they will come to two different conclusions. And it's important that both sides learn to understand each other, so that maybe with understanding, they'll come up with even better solution, unified. All right, so that is the spirit we're going to be having a conversation. And in order to stick to the timeline that we set for ourselves of 3 hours today, it is important that contributors on the channel try to keep their contribution down to maximum 2 minutes at a time. This is important so that we can be able to get through a lot of topics. So if you have anything to say, try to distill them down as much as you can. Distill them. I would advise you to distill them to 1 minute. That way, in case you have anything extra to add, you can add it with the second minute. So that is the spirit we're going to be having a conversation, because I want to go through a lot of people very quickly, so that with one person just stay in the middle for 15, 20 minutes, and then we'll stretch to 5-6 hours. It's not going to happen today. I'm sorry. I have commitments that I have to attend to. So we're going to keep it to 3 hours today. All right. So that is it. Okay, let me just play some of these videos that I've, regarding the events of the week. Obviously, it's the Iraq war. So it's at the top of everything, isn't it? On that event, not Iraq war, sorry, Iran war. Let's see. All right. So this is from the BBC. He's analyzing the events of the week when America attacked the island where Iran stores most of its oil resources, where most of the exports of Iran crude, petroleum products, I think 90% from what he said, leaves that island, and America decided to attack it. And Iran has said if America attacks it, they will retaliate. It's just, Iran has so many leverage. That's a problem. That's why the whole thing is asymmetric. America is stronger than Iran. Nobody will argue that. America will pound Iran to the next listed life. But the problem is Iran just has to lash out a little bit, and it costs America a lot of trouble. All right, so let me play it.
Now, you may have heard of a very small rocky outcrop island about 15 nautical miles off the coast of Iran called Kogi Island. What is its significance, and why are the US making plans to potentially try and seize it? Hi, my name is Mikey Kay from the BBC's Security Brief, also a former strategic military planner in the British military. So why is Kogi Island so strategically important to the US? Why are the US trying to seize it? Well, this is why. 90% of Iran's export crude oil comes through that island. 90%. And the reason for that is it's effectively a terminal. And the terminal allows very large tankers that can carry up to 85 million gallons of oil to be able to come up to the terminal quite easily and then come back down the Persian Gulf and out of the Straits of Hormuz out to China. China is the main user of Iranian oil. So why else is it important? It's also the economic lifeline to the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, or the IRGC. And if you take that island and you hold it, then you're effectively cutting off their lifeline, their ability to be able to conduct war. Now, there's been a lot of chatter, both in open source intelligence and online, about the Americans drawing up what's called a concept of operations, a CONOP. And a CONOP basically means different courses of action or different ways that the Americans could use their military capability to try and seize that island. So how does that work? Well, we all saw the 160th Night Stalkers in Venezuela. That wasn't just about a helicopter assault operation to pick up Maduro. There were a lot more capability and assets involved. You had suppression of enemy air defense. That's aircraft that effectively can look at the radars of anti-aircraft missiles. And basically, as soon as the radar turns on, they can launch a missile off the rail to target that air defense system. You've then got intelligence. So Reapers, MQ-9 Reapers, drones effectively with really sharp electro-optic cameras and forward-looking infrared cameras that need to be able to sanitize the area. And then, of course, you have the helicopters themselves. The helicopters would need to be probably the MH-47 Chinook. That has the biggest range and also can carry the biggest troops. The troops involved would likely be Delta Force, which is the same unit that took part in the Maduro operation. And then you have the MH-60 Black Hawk helicopter. That's more about suppressing enemy fire. It's more about protecting the MH-47s as they take Delta Force and the Special Force operators in to seize the island. So how would that work? Well, it's 140 nautical miles from Karg Island to the coast of Kuwait. And helicopters generally travel at about 120 knots, which is 2 miles a minute. That makes it a 70-minute transit from the coast of Kuwait to Karg Island. However, when the aircraft get there, it's not like they're dropping off and then they're returning straight away. They would have to drop off, and then the MH-60s would likely go into what's called racetracks and orbits. Now, they would be there to lay down suppression of enemy fire in case there was Iranian Guard Corps on the island that were looking to defend it. So all in all, with a 70 nautical mile transit to Karg Island and a certain amount of loiter time, let's call it 40 minutes, and a 70 nautical mile transit back, that's 3 hours in the air. So we're now looking at refuel options. While there is an airbase, or certainly a runway on the island, there would be fuel at that airbase. But if I'm IRGC and I know the Americans were coming, I would probably contaminate that fuel. So as a US operational commander, I wouldn't trust it. But there is another option. Both these helicopters, the MH-47 and the MH-60, they have the ability to air-to-air refuel. What do the Iranians have that could potentially defend that island? Well, conventionally, they've got ballistic missiles and they've got anti-shipping missiles. But the problem with ballistic missiles is that you don't want to cause collateral damage to the oil export infrastructure on Karg Island. The Iranians are the masters at asymmetric warfare, asymmetry. So they don't want to destroy things, they want to degrade things. They want to draw this out for as long as possible. And they're using a low cost benefit ratio. And what that means is that their equipment is very simple and it's mass produced and they can produce it easily. So in terms of an asymmetric threat, what does Iran have? Well, it's got what's called go fast. They're fast attack boats, fast attack craft. You might even see two people on a jet ski, one of them driving and one of them with a rocket propelled grenade on the back. The point being is that they're hard to target and there can be lots of them. What else does it have? Well, it's got the Shahed 136 drone. That is ubiquitous. The Iranians are thought to have over 50,000 of these Shahed 136s. Once again, not hard to target as a singleton, but when you put them up in swarms, it can overwhelm air defenses. And then you've got mines. The problem with mines is that the Iranians have a lot of them. They're not particularly sophisticated, but what they do is they cause a massive problem for any US maritime patrol vessels coming into the area. And why is that? Well, because as soon as the Iranians say that they've mined Karg Island, it's then up to the US to prove that the Iranians haven't. And that takes a lot of time, manpower, and resource. The other thing as well is you've got tidal currents inside the Persian Gulf. So even if the US could clear a certain area of the ocean through mine clearance using mine hunters, the currents will then bring other mines back into that area. So there is actually no way on the map of being able to discern and protect a certain area where US vessels can go through. So does this idea of the US assaulting and seizing Kogi Island bring in other players? Now, we already know that China are providing large cargo aircraft that have been coming into Iran post Operation Midnight Hammer in June 2025. What they've been bringing into Iran, we don't know. But there are ideas that it could be bringing in ballistic missile capability, surface-to-air missile capability, anti-shipping capability, and also radar systems that aren't as vulnerable to those suppression of enemy air defense aircraft than we think. So they're certainly supporting Iran right now. We know that the US is trying to degrade and destroy Iran's ability to make military capability, its defense industrial base. So if it can seize Kogi Island, does it have the capability to defend it without damaging the infrastructure? And if it does, what is that going to do to global oil prices? And what's the potential for other actors, such as China, to get involved?
Thank you. That is from the BBC. I like that guy because he tends to be more of an analytical delivery. He doesn't take sides. He just describes what is going on so that it doesn't look like there's any form of propaganda. He doesn't care about who is who. He just explains what happened. At least he tries to anyway. Let's put it that way. All right. So, and there is the news of at least 65 Nigerian soldiers that have lost their lives due to insecurity. Again, jihadists have attacked them and caused a lot of loss of life. And from what I gather, abducted 300 civilians. These are the kind of things that make Nigeria look bad. And I think this is international news paper that is covering this. And President Tinubu, for all I know, all he cares about now is lining up to answer yes, sir, to Trump or whoever shows up to tell him hand over power to us. That's all he seems to be there for. Or they leave him as a boy there to oppress his own people. Because I don't see that much that he has done right. I guess if I want to give him credit for something that he has done right, is with the fact that he has not wrecked the Dangote refinery. He's not found a way to try to wreck that one. For whatever reason, maybe Dangote is able to resist it, or they have their own plans why they allow Dangote to function in Nigeria, because so many things are denying the ability to function in that country. All right, so that is that. And we all know I know what the solution is. I've been saying the solution, and I think Tinubu knows what the solution is. The question Nigerians need to ask him is, why does he not want to do it? And many of you would think, oh, no, our soldiers can do it. No, the current soldiers you have cannot do it. You cannot defend 1,000 people. So stop it. Stop saying our soldiers can do it. The country many of you are in that are overseas, they don't have to defend 1,000 people. That's why they can protect you. That's why when you call police, they will show up in 5 minutes. So stop it. I don't know why we do that thing that we do. Oh, no, we don't need it. Our soldiers can do it. There's a conspiracy. Abacha said that if there's a terrorism in your country within how many days, it's the government that is doing it. So all the terrorism Israel is facing is Israel that is causing it then. Man, let's stop all this stuff that we just do, man. We know what the solution is. If you want to solve the problem, push your governments to recruit into the security forces. Push them to recruit. That's the solution. This is not, I'm not making it up. It's just a fact. That's what other nations do. This is not rocket science. Just do it. You've never tried that one. Try that one, at least. So you see the solution. And this is how news, it's going to stop. The moment you have about 2 million in your security forces, you're not going to see this again. The only thing you're going to see is they'll kidnap people and inside a building, because they can't escape, because security forces are everywhere. They'll barricade them inside the building, and sometimes they will get rid of them. Sometimes they will cause the loss of life of innocent civilians. That is the last gasp they have. Or sometimes you see suicide bombing. When you start seeing that, you know that now your security forces are beginning to take charge. Before you know it, they will not have the power to do anything anymore. your security forces will filter them out. The whole culture will change. Then you have a more secure environment, like many nations enjoy today. Like they take it for granted. They don't know that people like us, we've not even figured out that we need manpower on the ground to secure our country. How dumb can we be? You know, I saw a video this week where some young students were fighting to keep their school open. I think it's in New York. They are fighting to keep their school open. So they were having an online meeting to discuss this school opening, to try to prevent their school from closing. So they are trying to kind of give testimony to what the teachers in the school do for them. So, but one of the white ladies in the meeting says something that I find very interesting, because a lot of people are saying, no, she's racist and all the rest. She may be racist because she said, these people are too dumb to realize that they're in a bad school. Like Martin Luther said, which Martin Luther King didn't say, but she claimed that Martin Luther King said it, that black people just need to be taught how to use the back. That is something about black people being conditioned. When they are conditioned enough, they will choose by themselves to use the back door. So by saying that, what she means is that we are going to choose to aspire. We are going to choose to be less than. That is what she said. And she was saying it in a kind of frustrated voice, that these people are too dumb to realize that they're in a bad school. And this is the same thing that I feel like sometimes in our country, the way we behave, it's like we are too dumb to realize that we just need more manpower in the security forces. And all you see, somebody just said, oh, it's because there's corruption. There is corruption now. The problem is that the corruption now is with fewer people inside the security forces. You must well have more. At least they will keep most of the areas more secure. Because the corruption that they have now, they are able to secure the roads that you are traveling on, isn't it? Even if they have so many roadblocks, they are still able to protect the roads. They are still able to protect the cities. You can go out in Lagos without worrying that they are going to carry you and put you inside Sambisa forest. That is what you need. You need manpower. Sometimes we behave as if we don't have common sense. So that is that. This is the bad news we give you. And I've said it. Until you do that, you will keep hearing this news. And all of you that say you have conscience and you don't want to tell your people to recruit into your security forces, shame on you, I say. Shame on you. Because many of you, your children, and some of you, your family members are going to serve in the foreign forces. They will proudly come here on TV and tell us, oh, and my son, and my children, my sister, my husband is fighting for America. But when it comes to your country, they tell you to recruit into your country, you refuse. You start making excuses. I don't know how we think, or maybe we'll see fire now. I think when Trump threatened Nigeria, suddenly Tinubu started recruiting. He suddenly wants to recruit 50,000. They know. Why is it that the first thing he did was want to recruit people? Because he knows we don't have enough. All these wicked people that pretend as if they don't know. Nigerians say, okay, now the next news was about what happened now. This thing, I wanted to share it. It was a very, very interesting report that I wanted to share. I don't know why this thing is just trying to be weird now on me. No funny businesses in this town. So there is the issue of people saying Tinubu is a strategist, some kind of expert strategician, or whatever you want to call it. I don't know whether he's a good strategist. The only way you can call him a good strategist if he was responsible for Atiku sabotaging PDP, if he was responsible for PDP breaking up into 4 places, yes, I would say he's a strategist. But other than that, he's just a very, very ambitious man that is willing to sacrifice anything to get to power. And he's very, very lucky too. He's a very, very lucky man. Because if you look at this time that he came into office now there's a war started in the Middle East. Nigeria is due to get a lot of windfall from crude oil. Buhari didn't get that. Buhari didn't get that. But Tinubu has got it. He's going to get a lot of windfall from crude oil. He is the one that came into office with Dangote refinery coming on stream. He has all the money he needs to build a world-class, like when they say world-class, ultra world-class hospital in Abuja, so that he doesn't need to be traveling to Igbo land to go and get treatment anymore. None of our politicians should have one excuse to go overseas anymore to build it, even if he has to spend $1 billion doing that. That he doesn't have to borrow the money because he's getting extra money coming into the coffers of Nigeria right now. He has enough money. He will have enough money. If this war carries on for the next 6 months, he will have enough money to be able to recruit as many as he wants into the Nigerian security forces without it costing him anything new. But check whether he's going to do it. They are just going to go and share the money. They're going to share the money. Who is the man, Mike? Who is I don't understand. Who is this man, Mike? I don't know what that means. Sorry, I thought you were talking about the microphone. But that's it. So they're just going to get all the extra money that they're going to get. They're going to just share it out. Share it amongst themselves so that before you know it, the money evaporates into nothing. Not much is accomplished for the nation. Nothing strategic anyway. Because let's face it, it's not like nothing is being done in Nigeria. Sometimes we talk as if zero is being done. It's not true. Nigeria is a poor country. We don't have money. The money the UK spends fixing their roads, it can fix the Nigerian, is bigger than the Nigerian how many budgets. If I check how much the UK spends fixing their roads every year, just fixing their roads. And UK is smaller than Nigeria. And UK already has good roads. And yet, the amount they spend fixing the good road that they have now is way more than we spend trying to even get new roads every year. So Nigeria, we don't have a lot of money. So when people say nothing is happening in Nigeria, it's a mistake. You might say that Nigeria is not productive, but don't assume that all the money that is being raised by Nigeria is being stolen. Not all is being stolen. I think if you do a rough estimate, you'll say maybe 30-40% at most is being stolen. There is 60% that still goes into salaries alone, not to mention some of the infrastructure projects that you see on the ground in Nigeria. So I'm not one of those absolutists that just say, oh, everything is just zero. No, where the problem is that Nigeria is not producing anything. Our leaders are not moving in a way that says they actually want to start manufacturing a lot. I've not seen it. I've not seen any sign yet, because if they did, you will be seeing some big deals. You'll be seeing ambition. Instead of them, I think somebody was saying that our leaders are lining up behind APC because they see a threat coming. I don't subscribe to that. I think they are lining up behind APC because they see that their master is about to return. You know how Christians believe that Christ is due to return? I fear that they see that their master's about to return, so they want to line up behind the person that truly serves them, their true servant, so that when they come, they say, "Oda boss, welcome. Welcome. Come and take whatever you want from us." That is what is going on. So let's not pretend. And then another example of what I'm talking about is this one. This is the health MOU. Let me zoom in so that some people can see. The health MOU, Nigeria and the United States signed a 5-year, $5.1 billion health cooperation memorandum of understanding in December 2025. It's like there's a lot of things that happen in 2025 December, actually, because at the same time, the UK, Nigeria again, this government again signed an MOU with France, and they always use MOU. Have you noticed it? Hey God, the pattern is scary. That's why I feel like there's an element of hopelessness in the air. There's an element of hopelessness in the air. That something is going on here that these people are not telling us. And by the time they tell us, it will be too late. So let's see. It says on December 10th, 2025, Nigerian Federal Inland Revenue Services signed a memorandum of understanding with France's tax authority to enhance digital tax administration, focusing on AI-powered audit and training. While critics argue this could compromise data sovereignty and risk exposing taxpayers' information, FIRS maintains the agreement is strictly for capacity building and technical assistance, not for sharing raw taxpayers' data. What? Capacity building? Hey God. Since when have we stopped just buying accounting software that you have to literally share our information with France before you build capacity. Then on that at that same month, that's when Tinubu again signed this memorandum again to share our data with France. Where is this our digital minister that is supposed to be woke? This Tijani, I think it's Tijani or something. I've forgotten his name. I'm sorry if I didn't get his name right, but he's supposed to be one of these young people. How is he should know the value of data these days? Data is like gold now. It's like crude oil. Our leaders are selling our data to foreigners. Our health information. Before some of you start saying that, oh, Nigerians don't even use general hospital anyway. It's only 5-10% that use it. Hey, most Nigerians go to diagnostic hospitals or diagnostic clinics where they go and diagnose whether they get malaria, whether they have typhoid, whether they have whatever disease that they're carrying. Most, if you find out today, you find out that most of them have been there. And when they go there, part of the data that is going to be sent to the US will come from the network of those diagnostic clinics. So don't think they are not capturing everybody. They are capturing you. You like to pretend as if it's not there, but they are capturing you. Except some of those people that live in the bushes and you know, those cow herders that can't be bothered to go to even diagnostic clinics. Those are the only ones that they will not capture. But it doesn't even matter, because if you capture the people surrounding them, to an extent, you capture their information too. And what makes this so scary is that I don't even think I've heard of any nation where this is done, where you literally share the names, the age of your citizens with foreigners and their health record with foreigners. I've never heard of that before. I've never heard of that before. So let me read what McAnally is saying. The MOU does not worth more than the paper is written on. Jagaban and his team are a bunch of cowards. It's not what they, I don't understand what you mean, that they cannot, they've already, you call them cowards, but they have already sold you away now. They already sold our family members to Igbo people. And the funny thing about the agreement, I've never seen this agreement before. They will give you $2.1 billion. You spend 3.something billion. What is the point of signing up with them? Why don't you just take your own 3 billion and just help your own people? If our president was doing the right thing and he comes online here and says, you know what, Nigerians, we need your help. Everybody donate $5 or $10 every month to help our healthcare system. I believe Nigerians will do it if that leader means well. Nigerians will put their hand in their pocket, bring their hard-earned money out, and donate to help the Nigerian healthcare system. Because the Nigerians are not stupid. They know that if they put that money to help their people at home, their people at home is not going to be calling them every time for healthcare. But does our Nigerian government do that? They will rather go and beg foreigners with our data. I don't know what Tijani is doing. No. Somebody should go and tell him. And this SERAP organization that is supposed to be representing civil liberties in Nigeria, every time they keep suing the government about NNPC and everything. But I've not heard them say one peep about this one. They are so quiet. I didn't even hear them say that much about tax, this thing. Our tax data being given to foreigners. That should tell you where the loyalties of these people lie. They will keep arguing about things that will not change the country, but the things that will actually transform the country, they will remain quiet. Yet South Africa turned it down, Zimbabwe turned it down, Kenya is arguing with them. I think even Malawi turned it down. Is it becoming to be an embarrassing? Small countries are turning this down, but Nigeria just accepts it, and our people don't question our leaders are saying, hey, what is going on here? Why are you giving our information to Igbo people? As a matter of fact, even your president is not supposed to see your health record. How can your president not be allowed to see your health record without getting court papers or kind of court, what they call it, court warrant or something? But yet, the Americans can see your health record. Do you people not find it strange? So that is the country you are living in that some people are saying Tinubu has done so well. So let me read out some of the things. I don't know what the name of that, you know, the man that came on the earlier show was. Let me read some of the catastrophic things Tinubu has caused. Number one, the landmass of ECOWAS has been reduced by almost 50%. That is untenable because of the way he handled the coup plot, the overthrow of the government in Niger. The way he handled it led to those nations pulling out of ECOWAS. That's number one. Secondly, he floated the currency of Nigeria when he hasn't even appointed his CBN governor, when he knows that the distress in our foreign currency is going to be greatly reduced by a third because of Dangote refinery that is on scene right now. He knows those things are coming on stream. And on top of it, he also removed fuel subsidies, which means he has financial money. He has room to spend money now. The country is no longer in that much distress, but yet he chose to float the currency at that time. And when you float a currency, let's say the currency goes from 400 to 1,000, this is 1,500 naira per dollar. That is almost 3 to 4 times depreciation. Do you know what happens during that period, intermittent period? The property prices in Nigeria will try to catch up with that inflation. But what will happen is that somebody from America or any foreign country will just bring their money because they have currency then. Now their currency will go further in Nigeria. They can come into Nigeria and buy whatever they want to buy cheaply. They will buy it during that window where the inflation has not caught on. By the time the inflation caught on, they've gained a lot of wealth already. So, but people don't understand these dynamics at play, how it damages a nation severely. Billions have been harvested from the Nigerian market. If I was a forex trader, that's exactly what I would do. Because I know why this guy just depreciated the currency before inflation will catch on to it. I can buy the properties cheaply. Then I can go on and sell it at a higher price later on and make a lot of money out of it. So that is what was done with Nigeria with floating the currency. And guess what? What is the astonishing thing? Let me show you guys this. How much was spent defending the Nigerian currency in 2025. So the amount spent in defending the Nigerian currency in 2025, just last year, was somewhere around $7.5 billion that the CBN said. I think 6 point here, it says total of 6 point, no, trillion there, that's the trillion there. But that was for December news. Okay, that's it, that's $7.5 billion to defend the Nigerian naira. So again, somebody tell me, why did he float the currency again if he was still going to be defending it? So now you see, I've forgotten the name of the gentleman that was talking earlier on. That's one of the damage he made to the Nigerian state. He reduced the Nigerian GDP from $477 billion to $180-something billion within a year and a half. He did that. That's what your Jagaban did, that you're saying he's great. If you think that is great, give me your property to manage. Let me, harvest the wealth out of it and give you your property at half its value back. And then let's see how you enjoy it then. Some people will always say, oh, because he had to do those things, otherwise Nigeria economy will not be doing very well. Actually, he didn't have to float the currency at the time he did. He didn't have to. This was the time to float the currency. Look at that. Nigeria is getting expensive. We can sell our crude oil more expensive. We have Dangote refinery. We don't even have to be importing petroleum products anymore. So you can see this is the kind of time. Maybe even last year is even better time to float the currency because Dangote refinery had started supplying crude to Nigeria. And I mean, petroleum products to Nigeria. In other words, you can stop importing petroleum products. Over 30 to 33% of our imports that's using foreign currency is due to importing petroleum products. So imagine if you cut more than a third of your demand, what do you think is going to happen? You don't have to be defending the currency anymore. But yet somehow they still defended it with $7.5 billion just last year. Many of the people that are supporting Tinubu, they don't even know this. They don't know these figures. They don't know. They just assume, oh, we went through difficulty, so because the difficulty didn't last forever, so he must have done well. I don't understand it. Like, you don't expect the damage he's done to last forever. If he did, he knows the country will go crazy and destroy everything. And that is the way, that's exactly the plan. The plan is keep the country functioning enough not to collapse, so they can't go overboard, but definitely weak enough never to rise. And that's why Nigeria is walking its way back to the GDP that we were in 2023 when it took over. Nigeria is still not there. The Nigerian GDP, I think in 2022 was $477 billion, if I'm not mistaken. Let me see Nigerian GDP today. Whether it's cut on to 477. No, I doubt it. Nigerian GDP. I doubt if it has cut on to that GDP. So our current GDP shows that it is 285 billion. So imagine this. Our GDP is still not back to $477 billion. So that, why anybody would be defending Tinubu on this ground? And it's a shame because it looks like I'm the only one making the case. Nobody cares. Nobody cares. I'm the only one making the case against the president for his actions. It's almost as if some people that don't like him, maybe they don't even know how to make this case. I don't know. They can't be bothered to make the case. I don't think the case is so difficult to make. Because if you give me your property to take care of, and I come back and tell you that your property's value has depreciated by more than 50%, you're not going to be happy with me. But nobody's holding Tinubu accountable on the economic front. The opposition party in Nigeria are totally useless, because if they were, that's why I say sometimes I feel like they are working for Tinubu, because if they were useful, how can they not see all this data? How can they not see that he didn't do anything regarding our national security? They must have seen all these things, but they didn't say anything about it. So I don't know. I can't sit here and pretend as if I'm pleased. You know, when I said I wasn't very pleased with Peter Obi, yeah, I'm not. Why should I? I'm not pleased with the way he handled his opposition position, because being in an opposition position is a kind of leadership position, really. It's just that our current democratic system, you know, this American-style democracy doesn't necessarily give opposition parties a significant influence. Like in the UK, opposition parties are recognized, especially the major ones, are recognized as opposition parties because they have shadow cabinets. So, but Peter Obi could have done a lot more. Personally, even your average politician will do more than he has done with Labour Party. Come on, man. Labour Party has not barely 100,000 votes before Peter Obi showed up. And then he got 6 million votes. And he cannot take over the party. Okay, let's say he cannot take over the party. Create your own then. Create your own. Create your own. How hard could it have been to create his own? Young people will join. Today, he will be in a stronger position. Instead of trying to shuffle card with all these, I don't even know what to describe them, ADC people. Why are you trying to shuffle card with people that you know? Many of them are duplicitous. But it's all right. It's all right. Maybe that's what we deserve as a nation. And some people will keep making excuses and, oh, you can't expect him to do that. You can't expect him to spend his money. Who says he should spend his money? He doesn't have to spend his money. People will donate. Most of the election that he ran, he did spend most of the election is not his money. People donated to him. So I'm not so impressed by the way he approached his opposition role. He could have done better, and it has given Tinubu this kind of momentum that makes him seem like unassailable, like he's somebody that is inevitably going to win the election. I don't believe that. It's not real. Sometimes politics is a very fickle beast, and let them keep thinking they've won. Let them keep thinking that anybody could show up any moment. You never know. Maybe even the Akpoti might just throw a hat in the ring from nowhere. You know, there are forces at play out there. So people might just go and fund that, say, hey, go and run for office. and all hell catch fire. And before you know it, because they go and put the election in there. It wasn't in January now, 2027. Before you know it, the election is around, and boom, they voted, and Tinubu has lost. Believe me, I've seen politics happen so fast like that before, whereby the leader will just lose, and boom, they are out of office very, very fast. Before they knew what was happening, they're already out of office. So that is how elections happen, and that's how politics play. And you just never know. All these Jagaban people that keep saying he's done so well. The only areas I can say he has done well, I would say, in terms of student loans, I think that's not a bad idea. Even if, given that most capitalist societies, they do this now, it doesn't mean it's the best, but it's better than what we had before, where no students don't have money and parents are stressed to have to put up the money to pay for their children's education. So that student loans bit is a good idea. Which other one? I think the Lagos-Calabar road is also a good idea, and it's also working on it. I don't know how far they've gone. The tax reform in itself is a good idea, but he spiked it with sharing our information with the French. So that was where it is bad. See what I mean? So that is bad. Very, very dangerous, actually. Not just bad, because the information he's sharing is also not only belonging to Nigerians, it also belongs to foreigners. Like if Chinese companies are doing business in Nigeria, then their information will end up in the hands of the French. So that is not a very good thing. It might discourage some people from doing certain type of business within the country. They are basically monitoring us. We are giving our information to them for them to monitor us. And what I don't like about it the most is that it's never quid pro quo. It shows you how terrible we are at negotiating. Every time we encounter anything that is not our people, we compromise ourselves. We as a people have to ask ourselves some deep searching questions. And many of us that are overseas, how many times have you encountered foreigners? You didn't put yourself in a compromising position. Let's be honest. How many times have you seen a foreigner do something that this foreigner will not get away with it if they do it to each other, or they do it to some other foreigner, but they will do it to you, you'll be like, it's okay. It's okay. I have people that are suffering on my behalf. I can't talk back, or I can't elevate myself enough to see myself as a worthy human being that can stand on their ground. No, many of you give ground. The kind of relationship you make with foreigners, they will do things to you that you can do to them, and you accept it. This is what we do. Look, that's why Boala went in front of Mahdi Hassan, and suddenly he's behaving like an antelope before a headlight. He didn't know how to answer simple questions anymore. Oh, you said this the other time about Tinubu. Don't you remember he said it? Oh, I don't remember. I didn't say it. Something he could have easily said, yes, I said it, but that time, the information I had that time, clearly, I found out that it was wrong. It was an error. And I've spoken to President Tinubu about it. We are all on the same page now. Simple answer, isn't it? But somehow, and I know maybe that's what happened, or maybe he was just lying then. But he couldn't even give a coherent answer that makes sense, because he's standing before an Oyibo man, at least an Indian Oyibo man, and suddenly he can't seem to speak properly anymore. But then again, Mahdi Hassan has a way of making anybody look a little bit stupid. So maybe you can forgive Boala a little bit for that one. But that said, I still think that our people and our officials should be encountering the world a little bit more on an equal footing. I like the way the South Africans are doing it. South Africans, they go out, they talk to people, they look them in the eye, and they make their own decision on behalf of their own country. Right now, Trump is not very happy with South Africans. But he can't do too much about it, because South Africans know their game. They know the game. They know how to stand their ground. Well, these are our leaders in our own countries. They weaken us by creating divisions amongst us. Because when you as a people are almost equally divided, all the outsider needs to do is tip you over. And that's what our leaders do. They keep us at a state of weakness, where at all times it's easy to tip the nation over. That is the problem, and that is where they really catch us out. That's why when America comes and says one thing, the whole everybody starts shaking, like people that are about to be sacrificed. But it's all right. I'm not going to be talking too much against it because I have my own rant, and anybody that wants to come and defend the current government, they are free to come and defend him, especially from my own assertions about his strategic, especially key strategic policies. Those are the most damaging ones. No matter what you do inside the country, it doesn't matter too much. The big decisions are made with your finance, your currency, your security, and your alliances. Like the ECOWAS alliance that is completely messed up now. You know, he has weakened ECOWAS beyond recognition. Let me share the link, and so that people that want to come and join can join. And like I said, let's try to keep our ideas distilled down so that we can be able to share our ideas within 2 minutes. Because I'm not going to go beyond the third hour today. I'm going to be closing for at the dot 3 hours, so that you know. So when you want to share your opinion, you come up 2 minutes, everybody, so that it goes around the panel fast, and everybody can go around and talk about all the different topics more efficiently. All right, so that is that on the issues that I have with this current president. One of the few things I saw when I was in Nigeria that was good. Like I said, I was in Port Harcourt, and I also I was in Abuja too. Let me finish with the Abuja one actually, because the Abuja one wasn't very good. The power supply in Abuja was just horrendous. I don't know where to start. The power supply in Abuja was horrendous. Like even in Wuse, like zone 3, there is no power. Zone 2, there's no power. They will bring power, they will take it. They will just take it. And then you go to like all those little bay areas, you could just take hours, they take our lights like easily for 12, 18 hours of the day. Easily. Sometimes you will not even see it throughout the whole day. This is 2026. 2026. We still go without power. But that said, it's not everything that I saw in Nigeria that was bad. Yeah. So in Port Harcourt, I saw a lot of the road from the airport to the town was quite good. A lot of them were new roads. They look quite neat. Not to say neat is a strong word. The road itself, because it's new, is neat. The sides of the road, you will see a lot of rubbish as per usual. Men, Wike abused flyovers. Hi. What I saw with flyovers in Port Harcourt, Wike abused flyover. Like there is a flyover that is less than 1 kilometer apart. Like you just walk barely this in 800 meters, another flyover again. It's like you just put flyover everywhere. Like areas that I know that basically you can do without flyover. You can even just do a proper roundabout, but just talking flyover there anyway. It's like when you look at that, that's an abuse of flyover. You don't need that many flyovers in that area, the way he did it. So he did a lot of flyovers, and it's not like the flyovers are exceedingly very neat anyway.
Sorry, Master, not to jump over you. I recognize your presence. Tunanja, you were here praising Wike to high heavens 4 years ago.
Yes.
Based on this same flyover.
Yes.
So to you, that is the best thing to ever happen to River State since River State was created.
I praise him.
Yeah.
No, I praise him. No, I'm not. You think I'm going to deny it?
So why are you not complaining?
No, hold on. Jailbreak. See, what I meant about that was that he abused it. When I say he built flyovers is a good thing when he's used properly. But he abused it. And like I said, I saw some good things in Port Harcourt. The roads were good. I don't even know whether he was the one that did it, because a lot of people are saying some of those roads that I saw are actually new roads, and they look very clean. Very clean, like the airport road. My goodness, that road was very, very clean. Then all the way from Port Harcourt to Bayelsa, I didn't see there's barely any pothole on the road. all the way from Port Harcourt to Bayelsa. Then
That's federal government road now. That's federal government.
Yeah, but it's clean now. I mean, is there the one to Bini? Is that not the one trailer is swallowing?
They are all the same. Yeah, they are the same people.
The one from Lagos to Bini, is that not the one trailer is swallowing? Is the swallowing trailer?
It's called catchment area. I think a master can relate to that.
Oh God! Let me good news now. This president, before they say I'm only crying about the bad news,
you'll be crying for past 2 hours.
Yeah. But I have to say the good news now. From Port Harcourt to Bayelsa, there was hardly any potholes, and even inside Bayelsa, even if the place is not very developed, but the roads you see there, what is going on is that they are building with concrete underneath. That is something that I saw with my own eyes, because when people say I didn't see these things, it's just what am I going to say? I'm not going to change it in my eye. I can't change it in my eye. See, so underneath the road there is concrete, and even the areas that have not been tarred, you will see a side road go like this, and it hasn't been tarred, but you see the concrete there. It's like they hardly leave any road unconcreted. Let me put it that way, which is strange. They hardly left any area unconcreted. The ones I can see with my own eyes, because sometimes I don't think maybe if you go into those concrete roads, whether it goes far deep inside, I don't know. But from the main road that I was driving on, you barely saw any bad roads. And the area I saw bad road, it's about, let me see, how many meters long? Maximum 200 meters long road, bad areas of the road. That was when I was in Bayelsa. That is, when I was in Port Harcourt, the news that we heard about Bayelsa was that things were really bad. Nothing was developed there at all. But today, in terms of the roads that I saw, I can tell you that the road that I saw there is mostly better than the kind of roads I saw in other parts of Nigeria. And the way they built it is what impressed me even more, because it's not like those roads, when you see them, you know that the moment the rain comes, the road is gone. No, these roads had concrete underneath. They felt robust when you're driving, like when you're driving in the UK. You can tell that the UK roads are a little bit more robust. Like even when you have potholes, you will notice that at the base of the pothole, there's concrete underneath. That's the kind of road you are seeing in those Bayelsa areas. So for me, that is the good news. Even in the villages, they had them. So that is the good news part. The areas that I went to anyway, the village. So that is the good news I saw in Nigeria. The rest, Abuja. Man, Abuja, I don't know, man. Abuja I saw in 2024 is not that different from the one I saw now. So people say Wike is connecting different parts of Abuja. Maybe he's doing that. But man, some of the areas that are bad are still really bad. Like that Lugbe area, man, the roads, my God. They are really, really bad roads, and they are very, very dirty. And they don't do much about it. Even before the airport, there's another area before the airport that is so horrible. That one is even more horrible than even this Lugbe area. It's like, how can you have in the federal capital territory of Nigeria, before the airport, that where international visitors are going to be coming in, one of the worst developed area in that city is in around that area. Why would you leave that like that? But that's Nigeria. Nigeria doing its own thing. What can I say? So I think I've ranted enough now. And welcome, Maska. Thank you for joining us from Abuja. The Abuja people that know how to Abuja life. Abuja is quite neat, when I went to Nigeria this time, for once, I didn't want to leave the country. I thought I didn't have enough time. Even if I spent more than 5 weeks in Nigeria, I just didn't have enough time in Nigeria. Maska, what do you make of the information that I've shared about the woes of Nigeria, the Iran war, and the dynamics of what is going on there? And just try to keep it brief. Like I said, let's keep things brief so I can be going around. Oh, if you want to say something,
follow the master's example now. But if you go ahead,
no, can you hear me?
Yes,
loud and clear.
Forefathers, please, with all due respect, I don't mean to disrespect you. I don't know whether this is the monologue, because the time you took, literally 1 hour. We have to consider people like Maskad. It's almost like after 12 a.m. and they want to be in the show, but you take it literally 1 hour to speak. And then even when people are on the show, you still, want to hijack let me not use the word. Yeah, hijack the show. and still talk. I don't think it's nice. When Rudolph moderates, I mean, highest he spends talking is about 10-15 minutes before he starts allowing people. But 1 hour, I mean, come on. I think that's too much. These issues need to, bring it to the panel so that we all discuss about it. But if you spend like 1 hour talking about it and people are waiting backstage, I think it's the.
I hear what you are saying, but they were not waiting backstage. I didn't share the link on TV.
You didn't share the link, but we were waiting. I'm sure they are waiting too.
Were you not enjoying what I was saying?
I did not. I'm not gonna lie to you. I did not.
Oh, look at that! Look at that! The enemies of progress.
But Father, you say you don't even have time. You say you don't even have time, but you took the whole time. You say you don't have time to stay, but you took half of the time that you have to for today.
No, he's giving a mask at. Don't talk too much. Come on now. But he spent like 1 hour talking. Just ranting.
See, I agree with your
take
point.
2 hours and talk. You are in Nigeria. I will listen. I don't think it's forefathers. Come on now.
You see, when I try to make it so that everything flows, you argue. If I say
I'm gonna say the truth. I did not disrespect you now. Masker, did I disrespect you?
No, you did
not.
No,
he didn't. He didn't.
You are even
but, I mean, come on now. Let's
live stream. He spent more than 1 hour. He actually spent 61 minutes.
Wow. No, it's true.
When you can imagine when you tell somebody to be counting the minutes, you can imagine.
I thought you were going to be happy. I was roasting Tinubu. You should be very happy. I was roasting Tinubu.
No, I'm not happy. Next time you can just, don't invite anybody. Just say, I'm going to stay here by myself and rant for 2 hours and then close the show. But nobody, we've been sitting down here waiting for you for 1 hour. 1 hour plus. Look at Mr. Masker. I feel sorry for people in Nigeria because he's paying for his data. He's not sleeping. They are fasting. We have to, consider other people, when we're doing stuff. Anyway, thank you so much.
I understand what you are saying. Okay, Masker, let's go with the discussion.
If you don't worry, the last thing Forefather will do is to listen to what you're saying, because he's the master of all. He knows everything.
Honestly speaking, Forefather says
he feels that the program he's conducting is meant for him alone, so he can take his time, do whatever he feels he wants to do.
10 minutes is enough.
Welcome to Nigeria.
You're trying to impress. I don't know who you're trying to impress about your program. This is what happens every time. People come here, you spend more than 1 hour talking babadash that I don't even understand. At the end of the day, when people begin to talk, you take over. You wouldn't even allow them to make their expression. You will take over from where they're speaking because you, the man who knows it all. You
see the point. Maybe I do. Maybe you should surrender. Maybe you just surrender and agree with me so that we can move on to the next phase of our operation.
Where's Masker? Masker gone?
No, I think he fell off. He's going to be back likely.
How many people come to your program? It is only you, AY, and the man that called himself. Where is he from? How many people that attend your program?
Yeah, I mean,
how many people you see on your program? Because a lot of people don't want to come anymore because you say you talk everything. You take over the program. It's supposed to be for everybody.
I think you mistake it. I think what is happening is that the reason why many people don't come, or I'm not sure because the last time they were here, but the point, let's say they don't come like the way they come to Dr. Damages, because Dr. Damages brings everybody in to have their say.
So what is this one? Just you have your say. Is that what the program is? Because if have your say, then we stop coming. We leave the program for you so that you can monologue for 5 hours.
Now you're speaking for everybody. See, the point is to go deeper into the details.
We discuss it on the panel. It's not you alone. If we have to dive deeper,
I agree with you. Now I want to do it so that it flows through everybody. I won't talk too much. Yeah. I'll just 2 minutes so everybody can be able to talk.
Don't even talk again.
That's not going to happen. You might as well forget it.
Yeah, you Nigerians are difficult people.
It's not Nigerians being difficult. Just say that you are sorry. People on the comment section are saying the same thing. 1
Why
hour.
should I say I'm sorry? It
Master
wasn't
said,
me.
my thing is that people in Nigeria, somebody like him, he's supposed to be sleeping. He's fasting to get ready the next day. He's paying for his data, but he's gonna waste 1 hour, listening to you. Come on now, let us.
And half of the things he's saying, there are things he doesn't even know anything about it.
Come on.
This is a man who was struggling with internet while he was in Nigeria a couple of weeks ago.
How can you do
The
this?
guy they struggle with internet for
this?
Nigeria a couple of days ago.
Okay.
But all of it, he don't come back to London. He don't come back to London. He don't forget the struggle.
Let's get on with the show. Let's get on with the show.
You forget the struggle so easy. You are in Nigeria facing the difficulty of internet. But all of a sudden you can't relate anymore.
Internet was out in Nigeria.
You see how?
When I go to Nigeria, I have to get five.
That's what
Nigerians.
You have to get five by Nigeria.
That's what Ife is pointing out to you.
Welcome, Master.
Thank you, others, but I still will have to go back to the issues if he raised. Number one, I don't think it's. This is just an advice. I take it for granted that you are running the show. You run it the way you want, but the way you run it also would mean that we should give you feedback. The first feedback is that when you start it, I will advise that first send out the link so that people can actually join to start, to know that, okay, we are in the show. Knowing that, okay, it's for everybody. At some point, I'm thinking maybe you just wanted to speak. Ovie holds something like this. So you talk too long. It was too long, and you should allow people in immediately. Number one. Number two, you ramble on a lot of issues, so much so that at this point now, honestly, you have to go back and re-articulate what you want me to talk about, which is now more like a double whammy, like a double barrel waste of time, because I will still have to come back to you to regurgitate the same things you say. Because if I start talking now, I will just be talking off point. So I hope you would learn from my little feedback. Thank you.
Thank you.
The guy know they learn him. We know they learn. Nigeria, he's a Nigerian. They know they listen.
I hope I have learned to. I'm trying.
Nigerians know they listen. Now they complain earlier on. Nigerians don't listen.
Fathers, what you also need to acknowledge, if I were in your shoes, okay, you should actually look at what the things that Mr. Rudolph does, because don't forget, the fact is that the man is a lecturer. So you need to look at how he does things and learn. We shouldn't just wake up in the morning and think we'll just ride horse anyhow. We should look at the people who are good riders and learn how they ride horse. Please, I think it's important. All right, so go back and refresh my question so that I will not waste my other panel time.
You say I should not refresh it now.
That's what I said is that you must have to refresh it, which is a double waste of time. You saw so many things.
Okay, so now the issues of the week include the loss of life in Nigeria due to Islamist attacks, the signing away of our health records by the president that I raised, and there is also the issue of the Iraq war that seems to be experiencing this escalation trap, as they call it, whereby this one does another one. So you can take the topics from anywhere.
Okay. So let me take, I think, the one that really I would want to talk about. The Iraqi war, but what I would have loved is, because you spend a lot of time talking about President Tinubu. For me, I would want to go back there, because for me, I think it's more cogent. Yes, the Iraqi war is important because from the way I'm seeing things, it's going to touch everybody. That's the way I'm seeing it. And in fact, I was listening to a show, and it's scary because the man is, first, he has predicted that Trump will win. He has predicted that Trump will go to war with Iran. He has predicted that Trump will lose the war with Iran. But what is I found more worrying was that he was going very deep, and it's beginning to be like this war now is not just a military exercise, but there's a convergence of spiritual issues, some economic issues, military issues, and I'm really beginning to be worried, more so because I can see that the people who are executing the war doesn't seem to be very, very articulate, both in terms of their planning, in terms of the execution, and even in terms of disseminating, whether it is the purpose, whether it's the objective. Well, I mean, how, so I'm beginning to be worried. But like I said, I would rather, as important as that, I would rather go back to rating Tinubu. I remember, I think it was last week or the week before last, where somebody came onto the show and he was rating Tinubu based on two parameters: the floating. Well, I won't use the word floating of the naira because they didn't, technically speaking, float the naira. It looks like they floated the naira, but what they did essentially was to converge the various exchange rates. That and the removal of oil subsidy. But my response then, which I want to reiterate, is that when you look at leadership, if you're really going to be nuanced, you're not only going to look at what the man did or the leader did, you should focus more on what the leader even didn't do. For instance, I said that the man didn't talk about security. Anybody who is going to rate Tinubu should rate him first in terms of security. What has he done and what has he not done? That is equally very, very important. The second major issue, if you ask me, an existential issue apart from security for Nigeria is corruption. If you combine corruption and insecurity, if you drop these two problems, even on America, they have the capacity to wipe that country out, not just about ordinary Nigeria. So for me, if a regime does not do anything about corruption, doesn't do much about security, and to a large extent, unemployment, health, education, okay, even the infrastructure we talk about, roads, technically speaking, you can say they are very important. But in today's world, a discerning government should start thinking about broadband penetration in the country. We should talk about electricity. Where is electricity? And so all these things, I don't think if you look at all these ones, you can start. How do I put it now? It's not. You can't even start rating a government. It's like your teacher. He gives you an assignment. You write a lot of rubbish. What he will do is return to you and say, go and do another attempt, even before I grade. I can't grade this paper. This is the way I feel. Anything to do with rating the government, not to talk of even the political landscape, the kind of apathy. For me, this is also a big issue, because in a social democracy like Nigeria, when your regime creates apathy, that has a longer lasting negative impact on that polity, because it's like you came on a whim of giving people hope, but at the end of the day, today, a Nigerian is a bit more hopeless, not just because of the policies, because he's suffering, but because he's asking himself now, almost even on this panel, people are saying that, oh, there's no hope for Nigeria. Nigeria is gone. And why? Simply because of the way people see the way you're going about things. Well, in the interest of other panelists, let me stop here and allow other people.
All right, thank you. All right, Ike, thank you for joining us. So what do you make about this Iran war? Has Trump finally lost your...
Sorry, forefathers. I hope you also take my example to be very short on time next time when you start.
I should be done on time. Okay, I'll
You
see
see
what
how
I
I
can
was
tell you.
short now.
Yeah, you were short, and I'm short now. I'm calling the Ike now to come and speak about his distaste for Trump and his wars-mongering ways. So, what do you think about all the news you've had so far from the loss of life of Nigerian soldiers, which is quite serious actually? 65 is no joke.
Who was here before? Was this Ovie or Sister Ife? Who was here before me? Because
Ovie was not around, but he was here before. If he can speak at any time, so she doesn't need permission. I think,
Go ahead. Ovie, go ahead.
Let Pa go now. No, I'm not in a hurry. Unless you want me to go.
Thank you. I really do. About the issue of Iran, Iran is not my problem. My problem is in Nigeria, where I come from right now. It has nothing to do with the international politics of America and Iran and the rest of them. What we're talking about is about the Nigerian soldiers that were killed. What statement have you had from the same government you think you have in Nigeria? Have you heard about whatever the government has said about the people? When did he even report that Nigerian soldiers were killed? You know, so it goes to show what it is. 4 soldiers were lost in America, and the American president, vice president, minister, secretary of war, everybody, you know, and everybody stand attention. There was half mask of the flag. In your country, you know, what happened to the young boys and girls that are sent to fight this war? When they die, who remember them? Who remember their family? But you have their corrupt leaders. You have their fat generals with big tummy that cannot even do press up 2 times. They are sitting in an air-conditioned room, you know, enjoying the benefit of being a soldier. Why the young boys and girls are sent to the desert to go and die, and when they lose their lives, nothing is done. Nobody is remembered. From the seat of power in Asarog, who has spoken about what is going on with the soldiers? What has the government of the day done? Instead of them talking about what the government is doing, they are more talking about Mr. Peter Obi. They spend their entire day, in the entire month, from the first day of the month to the last day of the month, talking about Mr. Peter Obi. You know, where they have a bigger problem that they're supposed to handle. You know, so it's sorry that we are losing our young men and women. And tomorrow you will tell me that I should ask my son to leave where he is to come and join Nigerian Army, you know, because I'm a patriotic Nigerian. You know, I think that is a price that I'm not ready to pay with my children. You know, because is Nigeria worth dying for? No. You know, because they have shown that they are not worth dying for. Even the people you are dying for don't even recognize that they are dying for them. They are busy fighting over a cup of rice and the 10 pieces of Maggi, you know, and whatever that is called. So who are you dying for? When you die, you're gone. You know, so it's a very sorry sight what is going on in Nigeria. And for people that are pretending, Maska said something which is very, very vital and important. A government that cannot fight corruption, how can it fight insecurity? It's not possible, because these are the 2 important things that Nigeria is going through. And these people that are supposed to fight the corruption, they are the people that are displaying the weight of corruption and are displaying it on your face that you cannot do anything. You can only talk and blab, and at the end of the day, they will still be your master, you know. And at the end of the day, see, Wike is training his 2 children, the 2 sons. He's following him everywhere they go. He's training them. Tomorrow, they will become your senator in River State. They become your member of House of Representatives. Before you know it, they become your governor in your state, in River State. And you're in London, quoting international affairs, talking about Iran, talking about America, talking about Jordan, you know. So this is what it is. I don't know how Nigeria is going to get better when the government is a mass in corruption, that the insecurity that Nigerian life was nothing anymore. Nigerians are being killed every day. Nigerian life means nothing to this government. Instead, they are more concerned about making sure that there is no political opposition in Nigeria. They are celebrating when people they come to APC, but when other politicians try to go to another political party, it becomes a problem that they cannot join the opposition. So, which government do you have? Where they, like I said in the afternoon, they are controlling everything in Nigeria, but they're afraid of free and fair election in Nigeria. They're afraid of just to conduct common election. Abuja election is a practical example. You put curfew in the state. There is no movement of the people. At the end of the day, Wike told you, just vote and leave the rest for me. And he's still the Minister of Federal Capital, Abuja. Because he's dancing to the tune of the president. We're talking about now, if you have two political parties, you could pay 10 million or you go to prison. But Wike, where is he? He's in APC and PDP. He's fighting to become leader of PDP, and he's still campaigning, telling you that the PDP is not supposed to have a presidential candidate, that is only Tinubu or nothing. And the people are clapping, people are following him. And, people you think that they're supposed to be thinking that the people that are singing the praise, because he spent the money he has stolen all these years that have been working in government as governor, as minister, and presently as Minister of Federal Capital, building mansions for judges. Where do you go to obtain justice in Nigeria? They are controlling everything, but still they're afraid to conduct election. And now the same, the Electoral Act now has become a situation whereby forgery is now welcome. So you can go and forge anything and contest election. But somebody who wants to decamp another political party becomes a problem. But forgery has become something that is welcome in the new Electoral Act. And you're talking about a country that is going to work. It's very painful, right? It's very sad what is going on, because I just felt that when I said, like I said in the afternoon, Nigeria, have they suffered enough? I don't think so. Because if they have suffered enough, I think they will be more excited. They will be more energized about 2027. But I still think that when you package Maggi, package two sardine, package, 5 cups of rice and Indomie, and put it in a box and write your name on it, they will tell you, they will hail your name, So I think that Nigerians are not, they are not suffered enough. But I believe if Nigerians can be able to collect the money and do the right thing in 2027, I believe that this government, as I said in the afternoon, there is free and fair election in Nigeria. By 1 p.m. in the afternoon on that day, Tinubu will go back to Lagos. But the question is, Nigerians, are they ready? Because right now, how many of them are going to collect their PVC? But they're already creating content, shaking their backside on the internet, creating content everywhere. And they're begging them to go and collect their PVC. And you want Sister Ife to be your governor, but you don't have a voter's card. You don't belong to any political party. So how is it going to work? How possible is it going to be? You have to get involved. It's not the time to stay by the side. So I think that I have not lost my hope completely about my country called Nigeria. But I'm just believing that if we are looking at what these present people that are in government is doing, I don't see the morale that will make you to believe that something is going to get better. But I believe Nigeria will still get better. But it will going to be a collective decision of all of us, mostly 99.5% of people who are in Nigeria, to say that this time around, I'm going to collect the rice, but when I go to the polling booth, I'm going to do the right thing. And I think that if Nigerians can be able to put that situation, in that situation, I think that well, maybe we will survive. And I will end by trying to, maybe would I say, a kind of my own opinion, advice to forefathers. You talked about you are blaming Mr. Peter Obi. He could not build the Labour Party. You know, I think probably Obi know much about Nigerian politics more than the way you think you know. But it's not something that I'm going to come here to speak to you. But I think that if any honest and sincere Nigerian who is really following what is going on in Nigeria since 2023 after the election can single-handedly give honest to yourself, name one politician in Nigeria who has stood since after the last day the Supreme Court gave judgment, who have stood in Nigerian space trying to be an opposition to this government. Is that man that you think is not doing anything? What didn't he do in Labour Party? But the power that be, they don't want him to, even as we are talking, you yourself, you know, you are just pretending as if you don't know. The only politician today, APC don't want in any political platform is Mr. Peter Obi. But one thing is very clear. He is 10,000 miles away ahead of APC.
Then why didn't he create his own party?
The day he left, what are you talking about? If
he cannot deal with Labour Party, then why don't he just create his own party?
Let me tell you, forefathers, you know the answer to it, but you're just trying to make a statement.
I don't know the answer to it.
In Nigerian politics today, if you are thinking that somebody like Mr. Peter Obi will be allowed to build his own political party, if Mr. Peter Obi would have been allowed to build a political party, we would have a political party immediately after election. But we know what is going on the ground. So you can't teach Mr. Peter Obi politics. You don't know politics. You don't even need to advise him, right?
Why do you just assume because I'm on a panel with you, I don't know anything?
Yeah, but that's
not
what
because he's a politician, he knows everything. You see what you are doing? You are giving them so much credit. These are the people that have run your country to the ground.
No. I'm talking about Mr. Peter Obi because a lot of things you don't know, and I'm not trying
to. Sorry, Mr. Ike, let me just help. Let me help you answer forefathers. You see, so how long do you think a Nigerian politician will take to register a political party, forefathers?
I'm not sure. I'm not, maybe.
So that answer, listen, no, 3 months, forget it. Even the ADC that was fully registered and everything, do you know how long it took INEC to recognize the principals?
Okay, how long?
Anyway, yeah, go and Google it, you will see it. I'm not going to say it now so that it will not be, but the point I'm making in response to your question, and in the reality is that it will be foolhardy for anybody, especially somebody like Peter Obi, to say he wants to go now and start registering a political party from scratch. He has just walked into a big trap. If I were Tinubu, I will not say that party will not be registered, but guess what? Every day I will put you through a hurdle until the day of the election. That party will not be registered. Is it a logical thing?
I'm talking about after the election, after the previous election, he could have started his own party.
It was the Labour Party.
Yes, but if you discover that, because it wasn't very long after that, Abure started doing his Abure drama. And if you cannot control it, then you start your own. You know, that's people be accountable for their work.
Because you are going back to the same start your own. And I'm telling you that if you start, the hurdle you would not be able to jump over.
So for 4 years,
okay, so let's even rewind back. How many new political parties have been registered from 2023 to date?
I'm not sure. How can I know that?
So you don't know. So this is the point I'm making.
You can't be asking all these gotcha questions as if it's relevant to the point that I'm making. He could have 4 years. Are you telling me that 4 years? Hold on. Are you trying to tell me that 4 years it will take him? He wouldn't be able to register a party.
Okay.
Seriously?
What I'm telling you is that it's not that it will take 4 years. If you now want to register a party, it may take you 1 year. But if you are Peter Obi, sincerely speaking, with the structure in Nigeria, it will take you forever. If I am Tinubu, I will not register that party. Unless if I'm willing to just abdicate the place and say, well, come and sit. The easiest thing I can do is
that's quite listen. I don't think that is actually accurate to say that Tinubu is.
Okay, why do you think it's not accurate?
Because it will be a national disaster for Tinubu to openly block Peter Obi from registering the party, especially when he's doing it legitimately.
It's not Tinubu that will block him, it's INEC.
Yeah, but that's my point. People will know it's Tinubu, and it will be a big problem.
Trust me, we are Nigerians. INEC will find legitimate reasons. Somebody, because one person, Peter Obi cannot walk in and say he registered party. It's not going to happen. Somebody, this Abure issue you are talking, it will come up again. Within the people Peter Obi will work with to register that party, somebody will file a court order that he is not in agreement. These are logical things, forefathers. Let's
so you mean that
I'm not a Peter Obi supporter. Listen, I'm not a Peter Obi supporter, but I'm simply asking us to be realistic of expectations in our country.
Maska, do you know that? Do you know that?
No.
Look, I've made my points, forefathers. It's either you agree, you don't agree. I will rest my case here and allow Ike to continue.
Yeah,
For example,
I don't agree.
The issue of Labour Party is talking about. You still have the same two factions of Labour Party today, as we speak. So let me tell you, I want to end like this, like Maska was telling you. Do you know why Ada was not registered? Among the two political parties, Maska was just asking you. Now you're saying you're not supposed to know. Do you know the reason why ADA was not registered among the two new political parties that was registered? Do you know why?
How am I supposed to know that? All these are questions, gotcha questions that everybody's asking.
My case.
As if
you don't know,
as if
but you claim to know. So I just want you to
I didn't claim to know. I just claim to know that Peter Obi is capable of forming a political party.
If he fails, we fail with him. If he succeeds, we succeed with him. But I'm happy that Maska just asked you two questions that you say you are not supposed to know. I just asked you, do you know why Ada, among the two new parties that was registered, Ada was number one that met every criteria that was supposed to be registered. But do you know why they didn't register it?
I don't even know the party. I can ask you about another party that you didn't know about and do a gotcha question. This is kind of stuff we do. When you don't want to confront the thrust of my argument, you start bringing gotcha questions that has nothing to do with the point. A politician is supposed to be held accountable. If he cannot handle a political party, then maybe he shouldn't handle a nation. Don't you think? Man, I don't understand, man. You have to hold people accountable sooner or later.
What we are simply telling you is that, or what I'm saying, let me not mix issues with other people. Let me speak for myself. My understanding of the reality on ground is that Nigeria is such a corrupt environment that we don't play by the books, okay? And it is a captured environment. What I mean by captured environment is that a lot of people are in cohort with each other with a unifying philosophy that they should just chop and chop. It's a chop and chop philosophy. When you are outside that chop and chop philosophy, chances are that they try to elbow you out from the very lower level, including small policemen, that when your PDP is having issues, a small inspector of police will join one part and start blocking premises as if he's doing anything. As far as he's concerned, he has one master that is giving him. As far as they are going to be chopping small no matters, they are okay with that. So if you're outside that philosophy and you want to do well for the general people, people will block you. They will elbow you out by crook.
Your final argument, you stated that his own followers are the ones that are going to betray him.
Not followers. I didn't say followers.
Because he said somebody that he will open the party with is the one that's going to file an injunction.
No, not followers. I'm saying that one person, and so let me know it's Peter Obi, one single individual cannot work.
It's part of his inner cycle.
Don't be interrupting me. Let me finish. I will not talk for too long. what I'm simply saying, and it's not particular about Peter Obi, I'm also very aware. Let me digress a little. I'm also very aware that even the Atiku, them, all these other politicians that set up this ADC, do you know how many parties they considered before they ended up with ADC? For 6 months, they were shopping for the party that they would piggyback into. And the single reason is because they fully understand the environment. Any party you take, you will see the shenanigans. We are a country that does not play by the books. Even in the ADC they entered, there was this guy now who took them to court. What's his name? Who will help me with it? One Igbo man took them to court. Somebody who was
Kani Chukwu, if I'm not mistaken. Kani Chukwu. Right?
ADC to court. Not only that guy, one guy in Gombe State that was a nobody also took the same ADC to court. This is the country. So don't make it a simplistic argument to say that somebody can wake up and form his political party because he's a politician. This is not the Nigerian environment. You know very well, forefathers. If the man at the airport wants to delay you, you will find issues with your passport. If policeman in Nigeria stop you on the road, you'll be shocked the kind of things he'll bring out for you, not to talk of political party. I'm just saying that let's not have simplistic argument about a complex environment.
My argument is not simplistic. A man that has won 6 million votes should be able to form a political party. If he cannot, that government is going to have a big problem on this.
The man that has 6 million votes in the same country should win the election.
Forefathers, look, sometimes I begin to ask myself whether you even understand how this Nigerian politics work. Do you think it's easy for Peter Obi to just, register a political party, knowing that Tinubu, knowing very well that that Peter Obi won the election, Tinubu knowing very well that Peter Obi is a threat to him? I don't know if this is true, but I heard that they disqualified the ADC chairman. I don't know if that rumor is true. I saw it on internet. So when you people call Peter Obi, he is weak, that he has this, he's supposed to do this, it is not that easy. If it is that easy for him.
Sorry, Ify, let me tell you, forefathers, you see, I'm old enough. Actually, if somebody like this, Tinubu, is not playing hard knuckle politics, I remembered, maybe I will remember because I think he's the only one my age here now. Sorry, every other person. But there is this guy in Maiduguri, German, the kind of politics they exported him, say he was not a Nigerian. In Nigeria, don't be surprised they will export Peter Obi and say he's not a Nigerian. And you'll be shocked in your very before, they will carry him out of the country. It has happened before in my lifetime, seriously speaking.
Not somebody that has won 6 million votes.
What are you talking about? Yeah. What are you talking about?
See, is there any precedence whereby somebody that has won 6 million votes cannot register a political party in Nigeria?
Come on now. So, to be honest with you, forefathers, I hate to say this. Like I said, Peter Obi is not stupid. He knows politics more than you. Peter Obi knows politics more than what's his name, Tinubu. But you're talking about a country where the president has hijacked everybody.
It's not just the president. It's not the president. It's the fact that we as a people were very corrupt.
Come on now. In a country where you can't even voluntarily vote.
Let's even stop for a minute. Are you saying also that Atiku is not a politician?
Yes, Atiku is a politician.
Okay, so wait. Which party did he contest the last election?
Okay, all right.
PDP.
Okay, where is PDP today? What happened to it?
PDP is still there today. Half dead, half alive.
Is PDP a credible party today?
I wouldn't say so.
Exactly. So don't look at it as if it's a straight 1 + 1 = 2. Somebody from within the party balkanized the party. It's not just about Tinubu, it's we as a people. This is the point I'm making. It's not Tinubu that took ADC to court. It's not Tinubu that went and balkanized.
I'm saying it because I'm not aware of the Nigerian space and all the challenges, but that is the whole point. You fight and fight for those.
The man is fighting. Is he in the house? He's inside the political.
Maybe to you that's good enough. But if I had 6 million votes, Or Showore has 6 million votes. My goodness, Tinubu will not sleep at night.
Forget about it.
If Showore has 6 million votes, Tinubu will not sleep at night.
Showore will not do shots. Okay? Showore will not do shots.
Sure?
See, I don't even know. Honestly speaking, I'm even surprised that you're even talking like this. You're making it look as if, I mean, these people are not doing everything they can. In a country where Tinubu has literally shut everything down, he is sharing gifts now just to buy the few people he can buy.
And all this one you're saying, look at El-Rufai, for instance. Where's El-Rufai today?
He's in jail now.
Exactly. And you think Peter Obi is better than El-Rufai in terms of immunity?
Yes, actually.
How?
Peter Obi is super civil. You cannot find anything wrong with Peter Obi. Not like El-Rufai that is talking about.
What have they found?
Tapping the phone of him. And they say, Chairman.
Do you know the accusation on El-Rufai now? Can you tell me?
Yeah, El-Rufai, you can accuse him of
not espionage. What is the legal thing that they are
I don't know. I actually don't know the precise accusation.
I beg, look, forefather.
But I know the reason why they invited him in. All right, let's go to Pax Africa, America. I mean, before I say Africa, it could be Pax Africa. It should be saying Pax Africa, but instead it's Pax America all the way from
Pax Americana.
Look at that, Americana. Now you're Americana. Okay, go ahead now. Okay, let me play this video. I think Show shared this video with me. He said that I should share it with you guys so that you can. I think this will be useful for you to, listen to. Let's see.
Big predictions. One, that Trump would win. Two, that he would start a war with Iran. And three, that the U.S. would lose that war. It's quite a stunning prediction.
The reality is that right now, it's a war of attrition between the United States and Iran. And the Iranians have been preparing 20 years for this conflict. And now they have a pretty good strategy of how to weaken and ultimately destroy the American empire. So what the Iranians are doing is they're waging war against the entire global economy. And so they are striking the GCC countries. They're going after the critical energy infrastructure. They blocked off the Strait of Hormuz. And eventually, they will go after the water desalination plants, which is the lifeblood of these nations because they don't have fresh water supply. The Iranians are actually threatening the very existence of Saudi Arabia, UAE, Qatar. And why this is important is that the Gulf states are really the linchpin of the American economy. So what they do is they sell petrodollars and then they recycle the petrodollars back into the American economy through the investments in the stock market. And right now, we know that the entire American economy is propped up by AI investments in data centers. And a lot of that comes from the Gulf states. So if the Gulf states are no longer able to sell oil and they're no longer able to finance AI, this AI bubble in the United States, then this AI bubble will burst, and with it will burst as well the entire American economy, which is really a financial Ponzi scheme.
Yeah, I mean, to your point, sir, an Amazon data center was literally hit in the UAE. Now, we also wanted to talk to you about munition. The United States is racing to accomplish Iran mission before munitions run out.
The United States military is not designed to fight a 21st century war. Remember, the military-industrial complex came to being after World War II, and it was designed to fight the Cold War. And the Cold War was really about muscle flexing, who was to first get the person on the moon. And so the entire American military strategy revolves around very sophisticated technology that costs a lot of money to build. And that's what the American air defense system is. And that's why we're seeing this asymmetry in this war, where you have these $1 million missiles trying to take out these $50,000 drones. And it's not sustainable in the long term. And so what we're seeing is really the puncturing of the aura of invincibility that sustained American hegemony for the past 20 years.
All right. This is the best time to play this video for Pax Americana. So what do you make of it and the previous conversations we've been having?
Sorry, I'm the one I
supposed to patience. Oh, no, Pax Americana is the one I'm talking to, and thank you for your patience. And it has been immense, I must say, today.
Yes, part is because, well, first of all, let me apologize on behalf of Mascot, Ifi, and Ike. I'm apologizing on the behalf because I don't know forefather. You guys don't know him. I was in you guys' position 4 years ago. They tried to make us understand that Nigeria, there's a difference between Nigeria and Nigerian politics. God, they argue this weekend when they condemn now. You guys, what they argue? You go say now the population is in the rural village. How can they read for? Yeah. 4 years later, only begin see my strategy. So I'm giving you this, the three of you this word. I promise you guys. Wait till they try make us understand that now. You will not get it until 2031. It will be on you guys side on 2031. I guarantee you guys. So I don't know what would I said. So Nigeria just come into the Nigerian political scene via headlines, social media, and what have you. All of a sudden, they argue with what is so obvious, right? So it was excruciating just listening to after I not spend 1 hour ramble, the fact that nobody go follow his train of thoughts, and instead of him to listen to hear other point of view, no, everything has to bend towards just because of big 6 million.
You know, what's the way you talk before I really eviscerate you for what you're saying? Because I could decide to eviscerate you today in a way I've never done before.
Well, bring it on.
Pin you down. I could pin you down to what you said. I said in 3-4 years ago. I could start pinning you down, and one by one, I would dismantle everything you're saying. But don't do that and stop.
I said, bring it on. I said I make two such. I cited 2 examples.
Okay, now tell me what I talked about 4 years ago.
Because I'm talking about. Hold on now.
But you didn't enunciate anything.
No, you didn't. Hold on now. You didn't listen. You are not listening to understand. I made reference to.
I'm listening.
I made reference to the numbers of the villagers.
People that don't have common sense.
I am telling you. You ask a question. Can you allow me to say?
You
ask a question.
I'm giving Ike respect, but you answer for it today. Go ahead.
You ask a question. Let me cite an example. Okay. And not just on my platform, different platform, you said it. You never believe that any magic can be done via the village setting in Nigerian politics. You argue, say the population are sitting there, that the only way they go to win the election be that.
What?
Because to Nigeria, let me finish. That is because you were consuming the data that is coming out, the polls that was coming out of what did they call this man from Port Harcourt, led NGO. So I will give you every details. So with the argument that we have is just on my platform, every platform, about how it's not impossible for Nigerian president to maneuver the villagers where the population are. Because that was your argument. The population is not in the villages. Yes.
You know what? I think you must be.
Hold on. Let me finish. You were not just speaking out of your ignorance. You were using polls that was coming from.
I was using polls, but I never talked about villages.
You see, so in other words, I know what I'm talking about. You are just disagreeing because I caught you red-handed, right?
You didn't catch me red-handed.
Hold on now. I don't know why they push back, because this is not the first time of bringing this out to you, and you go just laugh. You go say yes.
Your argument. Hold on. Are you saying your argument is that I said the villagers cannot be used?
See.
Hold on.
This is very. Hold on.
You see, you are creating confusion now, so we don't get anything straight. Let's get something straight. Are you saying that my argument before now was that villagers cannot be used to win an election?
Tunaja, let me,
because you don't understand that.
See, now he's struggling. This is the problem.
Hold on, now let me say something, please.
Sense. They just say stuff and they think they know too much.
Can you give me time to answer?
Let's not waste time. I think we're not going to get.
Can you allow me talk now?
I've not even started, and you're already falling apart.
Can I talk?
Go ahead.
Because of the way you start, you wasted 1 hour. You don't 3 people they argue with. I plan not to. Can I talk? Can you allow me talk?
Speak on the issue.
Am I not? Yes, I am. Yes, that is where I'm just listening. Allow me to go to the issue. Because I don't want to. You want things to make it about you. Say, when they come here, they argue with you.
No, because you are insulting me.
So listen. And now listen.
Go ahead. Go
People that
ahead,
don't
okay.
know that much think that they know too much.
Just allow him 2 minutes.
Okay, go ahead. Yeah, let
I
me
never
just
even make point. They say
say
I know too
anything.
much. I
Go
just
ahead,
they bring.
okay. Go ahead.
I just they
Why
tell
do
you
you
wait.
feel like you have to tear somebody down for you to
Go
rise?
ahead
Why do you
now,
have to do
okay.
that?
Because you are wrong on so many levels. You pride yourself on this
Prove
platform
me wrong,
to be.
and I will accept it. Prove me wrong.
Can you just please allow me land one sentence? Please, I'm begging you. You pride yourself on this platform to be a fact checker.
Good.
So when people are checking that fact, allow them to finish.
Okay.
I guarantee you, you know nothing about what is playing out in Nigeria when it comes to Nigerian politics. If you they argue why Obi could not actually start a party, it tells how ignorant you are about Nigerian politics. And that's exactly what Masak is trying to tell you. But you don't want to listen.
Why he could not start. I care that he fights to start one. Don't you get it?
Can you allow me speak? Who in one fight?
Ovie, the point is made.
Are you telling me Peter?
Can you allow me to continue my submission?
Can do what he did in Nigeria.
Can you allow me to continue my submission, please? I am making my submission.
I'm not going to interrupt you anymore.
Before Obija was what they called Muhammad Buhari, who had 12 million. That is a man. When in go they court, they challenged the election that was rigged. People where they behind that go they collect appointment from the people who win the election. That's a man with 12 million. If you don't understand why Obi is struggling to mount a party, then you have no idea the country you are speaking for. 200 million people. This is not only Obi 90 we want to become president. And who tell you Obi is struggling to form a party in the first place?
Breathe in and breathe out.
I am making my submission. Allow me. Unless you want to tell me how to make it. I am not breathing. I'm not suffocating.
We want to hear you properly. Please.
Thank you. Now, based on what is happening in Nigeria, you have to go back to the 60s. When the British people give us, quote unquote, independence, all the institutions were built in the like and influence of the British Empire. After Americans succeed in the Second World War, what happened? The goal is to take over all the British Empire. Nigeria is one of them. They were not doing it directly, they were doing it indirectly. People like Zeke are pro-Pax Americana. They want the government of the day to go to be with that of what America is influencing. The likes of Tafawa Balewa, the Awolowo are tutelage of the British Empire. Indirectly, who start assassination, start civil war until the 70s. We have what they call the presidential system today, which is the ideology of Pax Americana. They are focused on entity, nation states who are vying for freedom. Where I feel for us today is that those who are in power, the class of 1966, they were able to navigate these two external powers. Quote unquote, this is their bragging rights to keep Nigeria what it is today. But times have come again where America had to move to the next level. They are not ready to use external actors, non-state actors, NGOs, institutions like the Chatham House, UN, and what have you, to top power. That is the memorandum of operation of the globalists. Now, the American-led Pax Americana, they are not ready to go that route. They are tired of people dying unnecessarily, according to their claim, or topple government, or and all that. So they were on ground to actually topple all those institutions that are loyal to the globalists. Tunanja was ranting earlier on about how civil society of Nigeria are toothless based on what Tinubu is doing. Yes, they are toothless all of a sudden because those are institutions that are powered and financed by what NGOs. These NGOs are what institution of the globalists. So they don't cut that where they get their money to they make noise out. That's why you're not seeing there. But most importantly, everybody is scared because the power is sitting in Europe with the president, which is American boot on ground. All you need to do, everything you ramp about, how they carry our data, give all those things. Take your time, you read the details and the policies. Then you will understand why. They talk every year, years in and out, how our leaders are compromised. He said that we don't understand that word compromise. That's why we are actually arguing every time. We don't have nationalist movement or elitists. During the military era, you can pride that the likes of Murtala Mohammed, even our Igbo brother, the first guy that carried out the coup, these are nationalists who are going against that of people. That's why they were assassinated along the way. So for you not to see anyone who is actually coming openly and trade around, it's because they are scared. But most importantly, they are all product of either British establishment institution. Obi is the #1 prime example. Somebody argued earlier on when I said that Nigeria make Obi, so Obi is not wasting his time, he's giving back. And say, oh, now Britain make up. What's the difference? So what is the difference? So what you see America doing in Nigeria is fighting those institutions that they feel, right, it's not working to their own Pan-America's interest. And to actually understand that, because one will say, both of them now, they are coming as America now. To understand that is to go back to even the Civil War of America. The British people never wanted America to be a one nation because they understand it will become a regional hegemony with that time, and that's what happened. They wanted the America today to be two, the North and the South. So they were heavily in support of the South, but they lost. But because of the institution that they had, period to that, so they still use it to see the influence what goes on, even in the continent America. So when we use the globalists and nationalists, they are all both America, but they have different ideology, and they have different way they believe human being should progress. Right? The globalists are focusing on the human being all over the world are the same. But those Americans say, no, we the American people first, the very other person. Now, whereas we, especially we are of age, we are in our late 30s and early 40s. Now they're looking for power. If we don't like what is happening, the system we are practicing, we should stop looking up to those people where they look for power, because they are all compromised. So what they agree in front of us, saying NGO, and they sponsor them. Those NGOs are connected to the globalists. Obi is British made, so other people argue because of his business interests. So we who are still get at least 20 years ahead of us, we should start coming together with our own, whatever it is. We can use it to actually bargain, because the Trump-led America of today, for the next unforeseeable future, they are ready to do business. They are ready to do business. But are you ready? Are we ready? We are not ready. That's why they argue. That's why we could not see why Obi cannot actually come out and navigate the system the way it is, because all of them are in the same camp. They were all in Chatham House together. So it doesn't matter who actually take the...
I agree with the point that Trump is ready for business, at least realignment of the world, but our leaders are not taking advantage of it.
But Tinubu is ready. You can say that because of time, he's in power, so he negotiated. That's why he's still there. And that's why he's still going to come back. So now who ready? Now they negotiate.
The only trade he's making is with his own seat, instead of trading something that is going to benefit the country. That is
well, I mean, we are saying the same thing. It is because me and you, we are not ready. We are not opposition. Are we opposition? We're not. But the opposition we are looking forward to, they are not going to do anything different, because they are already in it. So it is because if you look at all the hotspots around the globe, they are actually dealing with people who have nationalistic tendency, because those other power now, they are all NGOs, globalist products. They all went to their school. It will surprise you to know, even the guy where they lead the Nobel laureate today, is under investigation. And you'll be surprised why our uncle, they say, make you no call America again. And he was running all over the world trying to explain himself, talking about Wole Soyinka. So by their utterances, by their movements, you will know who belongs to who. So you know what they accuse the Nigerian people. The Nigerian people are compromised in two angles. We are now Christian, and half now Muslim. You see why Obi is finding it difficult again to even say he won't unite the country. And trust me, even the Pax Americana where they come, they will never want that to happen because they want the best outcome for themselves. So because all our current leaders are compromised, and me and you, we argue over who is right and wrong, guess what? We are just actually suppressing the problem for our unborn children. And guess what? Our unborn children will not be as lucky as us to even have a conversation with them. They will be dealing with robots. I am not just saying it out of my heart. Go and listen to Kwame Nkrumah's 1963 speech in Addis Ababa. We talk about today that the coming of the neocon will be worse than what their forefather experienced. So we can accuse Tinubu all we want. We can accuse Showore all we want. They are already here. The question is that if we don't like the negotiation that the Bola Tinubu-led administration is carrying out, do something. But I guarantee you, the only group of people in Nigeria that are doing something, they are trying, is the Biafran state and the Islamic state, led by the 11 states by the Nigerian, the Northern Nigeria. And guess what? Either way come, we need them. We are tired of being in a lumbo. Nigeria need a sense of direction. Either it's going to come from the Christian side or the Muslim side. That is what we have to passion out. Because trust me, we cannot deceive ourselves for too long. Say these two ideologies will coexist in peace. It will never happen. We might want it to happen. Massacre, Muslim, we go sit down and chop well. But guess what? An American and the British will make sure we keep having problems. But that is the only way they will keep benefiting. So we can criticize and argue all we want. The boot is already on the ground. What do we do?
Thank you. I think on that front, some areas I agree, of course. On some other areas I don't.
It's not for you to agree. Let the next person go on so that we know what they argue. It's not for you to agree.
I think that until we start realizing that most of these nations are not fighting for religion, they are fighting for their people, really. That's when our eyes will open to the reality that we have to defend our own interests instead of religious nonsense. That said, let me bring in, I think it's Jagu now, except if he wants to say
Dexter
something.
is there. Dexter is there.
Was he here before you? Okay, Dexter. Dexter, thank you for joining us. What do you make of the headlines? You've heard all of them, you know. What do you make of them? Can you hear me, Dexter? Yeah,
yeah. Thank you, forefathers and your security law tech revolution. Thank you. So, forefathers, can you tell us about? I'm interested in your tech revolution. So maybe you share with us your tech startup. Understand, so that we can contribute to it. You say tech revolution.
When I say tech revolution, those are the steps you need to take to transform your nation to a world-class nation. So security, law, and technological revolution. In the case of Nigeria...
No, I'm asking for your... I'm asking, do you have your tech startup? Do you have your tech startup? Because once you have done, you are not giving us a free... No.
I don't share private information, but...
No, forefather, this is not framework, this is empowerment. You say tech revolution, so you have to have a tech startup. Like example, Rufai Oseni, that is on the rise. He's been involved in a few bit of tech startups. We can see Unduka Obaibena launching Leke and all that. So it's not. Look,
I support it, but I don't share my own personal information. So, yeah, I support it. I support tech revolution. That's why I'm talking about it.
No, but you have to have your tech startup. You have your own. I mean, just a yes or no. Simple.
You want to open one for me? No, I don't share personal information.
No, forefathers, it's this educational and it's enlightening. It's just yes, I have, or yes, I don't have, or I'm working on it. Do you have a tech startup?
I cannot confirm or deny.
No, forefathers, no.
Don't bother with that direction of asking. I don't share private information.
Okay, at least I got you to smile. I got you to smile, but you have something to give us. I think you should be proud to share it with us, you know. Proud to share it.
Just to put it on the record, I am aware of some tech related things that forefathers is doing. So
Okay. He's not aware of anything. He just thinks.
No, I'm very serious. I'm very serious.
Okay.
Oh, look at that.
I'm interested. I'm interested.
Obviously, this is a very public platform. I agree with him. If you are interested, what you do is you send him a direct message.
Yeah.
Public platform.
No problem. Forefathers, maybe you give me an address. I'll fly into and meet you in UK so that we can have a discussion. You know, we have to coordinate together. You know, there's a lot of youth in Nigeria we can employ. Okay, and around Africa. You know, start maybe one data center somewhere in Africa and all that. So, well, let me just go to some of the news, you know. So, I kind of agree with what Obi is saying. I kind of agree with a lot of his submissions there, and even Masker. You know, if I start with the Nigerian situation, the truth is that we want things to be simplistic, but the truth is things are not simplistic. Example, if you are making a startup, maybe you have, and you've written it down on paper, you actually know that when you get into the field, everything goes out of the window. Many of the things you have to restart rewriting your plans again. That's the way it works. If you plan that, okay, you're going to spend maybe, example, you're in the UK now, let's say you plan you're going to spend 100,000 pounds. You might find out that by the time you're getting to halfway, you have not even started getting a turnover, you have spent 200,000 pounds. And so that's how it is also in the polity in Nigeria, you know. So for us to, it's a little bit, I feel it's a little bit disingenuous when we come and say, oh, Peter Obi should have formed his own party. It seems like many Nigerians, they want the benefits of democracy, they want the benefits of a decentralized system, but yet their culture, they don't yet have a culture for that. You know, we have been in a militarized system for, it's just like a prisoner. If you see someone that comes out from prison, what do you notice about the person? His trousers are always very loose. Even when he wants to dress up, he has forgotten how to dress up properly. You know, because he still has, that's why it's supposed to be a correctional facility where you are trained again how to live in the society. You don't just go back into the society. What is happening to many Nigerians? Look, for anybody that is above 40 here, most of your life, you spent your formative years under military rule. You have to accept it. Anybody that is above 40 here, you spent the formative years of your life under military rule. And that has played a little bit too much on your mindset, that you think that being autocratic, decide you know, when you go to, because you're the presidential candidate of a party, you are going to overrule everybody. No, it doesn't work that way. It doesn't work that way. So people want to hijack. So if you see somebody, it's just like example, if you look at the Nigerian church system, look at the way the Nigerian people pray, as if it's fire. I saw a recent video where a white guy was like, is that how, like, is it like, is this God you guys are serving? Is it always, you know, is it always rancor and fights and all that? The same thing if you look at in the mosque among the Muslims. If you go to some part of Nigeria, if you go to a mosque and pray, and after you finish praying, you end your prayer in the wrong way, they cannot allow you there. They cannot allow you there because that's their training. So it seems that, you know, the Nigerians need to be retrained. Many of us, even on this platform, need to be retrained to realize that, you know, yes, power is not served a la carte, but it is not steal it, run with it, grab it. That is not what it is. It is about allowing the people to choose who their leader will be. You are living in the UK, forefathers. The people decide. You know that if tomorrow Keir Starmer does something and his members of his parliament, they get a feedback from their constituents, say, we don't like that man again. He's out of office. He's out of office. You know, look at what happened in Japan. When the lady entered into power, she was courageous enough to dissolve cabinet and do a re-election. And she won. She wanted to get me. Just think about it. She entered into power and she dissolved cabinet in less than a year, dissolved everything, and did a re-election so that she could get majority seats. But the power belonged to the people there. Those are economies that have transitioned. The truth is that if we don't accept that we in Nigeria, we have not actually reached there, then we are deceiving ourselves. You know, because even some of us, we are too autocratic, even on this platform. You know, we don't even want people to talk. You know, if somebody is saying something that is not, maybe the thing is pinching us, we want to curse the person. No. Allow people to speak. You know, allow people to speak. You know, it's when you go to a democratic system that you realize that freedom of speech means that somebody can be offensive to you. That is it. Freedom of speech means that somebody can say something that is offensive to you, but you let the person speak. It doesn't stop you. It doesn't do anything to you. Let the person speak. That's it. So anybody that is expecting that maybe Peter Obi would have done something and maybe it's not going to happen. If he actually does that, they will know that he's not even the right person for the job, because he's going to. If you start doing grab from the party level, what will you do next? What are you going to do? Look, the truth is that, do we want a Nigeria that works for everybody, or do we want a Nigeria whereby the person we support is grabbing everything? Look at what is happening today.
But hold on. I find this paradoxical though, because many of us are very, very happy to support Nnamdi Kanu, that was very strident and very, very aggressive with whatever he's doing. But when somebody say maybe Peter Obi should have been a little bit more aggressive, we say, why? Why do we do that? Don't you think that's a contradictory position?
No. Forefathers, they are comparing apples and oranges. Nnamdi Kanu he has an ideology. Nnamdi Kanu is fighting for oppressed people. Nnamdi Kanu's fight is completely different. Nnamdi Kanu is fighting for people.
Consumption to production is an ideology.
No. Nnamdi Kanu is fighting for people. There's an identity. Peter Obi is a national thing. Nnamdi Kanu is fighting for people that it is particular to them. Let me tell you something, forefathers. Look, I don't know how long you stayed in the Niger Delta. Okay? Look, I've lived there, I've stayed there, I've gone to the creeks. See, forefathers, there's no benefit. There's absolutely no benefit for them. There's no benefit for us. Ogoni. Are you aware, forefathers, that in Ogoni, if you want to dig a borehole today, in Ogoni, and you do 100 feet down, the aquifer is polluted with crude oil. Are you aware that the water aquifer is polluted with crude oil? What is the benefit for Ogoni? But the federal forefathers, the federal government want to open the taps of oil in Ogoni. They want to open the taps of oil in Ogoni, but the people that live there are not guaranteed clean water. The farms, Ogoni has one of the most fertile lands in Nigeria. In case you don't know, Amechi planted a plantain plantation there. The plan was for export.
I saw that when I went this year. That area is green like crazy.
It's green. Yeah, so Ogoni has, if you go there, they produce a lot of cassava. But that Ogoni, the land is polluted. The federal government has no commitment to the cleanup, nothing. No, there's nothing, but that money wants to be taken to every state around. All the states in Nigeria are waiting for money. Bring the money, bring the money. Fumi money, quickly. What is it? So then the question is, if the oil is a cost to the people, it's actually a cost. What have they benefited? It is one or two people becoming wealthy, but the people, the schools, where are the schools? Nothing. They don't benefit anything. So let us decide. Well, if you want to go to Sokoto, well, let's say you want to go to Lagos and you hit the east-west road and you're heading towards Patani, you are going towards Patani and somebody tells you, oh, I think you're on the wrong way. You need to turn back and you need to head back towards Ahoda. You say, no, if I keep on going straight, I will later end up where I'm going to. That's not true. If you continue going straight, you end up in Ghana. Yes, because you hit the east-west road, you will end up in Badagry, you go to Benin, you go to Togo, you go to Ghana. That's the way Nigeria is going. And if we are not convinced enough, if we have not convinced ourselves enough to tell ourselves that we are going the wrong way, then I'm sorry, there's nothing we can do. Like Goodluck Jonathan said, the most difficult person to wake up is a man that is pretending to be sleeping but does not want to wake up. That is the truth. So the man is pretending to be sleeping. You are trying to wake him up. He doesn't want to wake up. He will never wake up. And that's the reality of our situation. And either we decide it, and I was thinking, another thing is this. People should not, I think even to the obedient supporters, as much as they love Peter Obi and they like the ideology of from consumption to production, whatever it is, I think at this point in time, the strategic thinking, we should stop living, the mess we are in is because, Tinubu is a strategic thinker. So all of us are dullards. We are all dullards that don't think. The voting population now needs to become strategic thinkers. And I was speaking. The truth about it that the populists now have to start identifying their options. Yes, there is the Showore option. Yes, we have to start thinking if this one, because the truth about it is that obviously the ruling class is trying to block. They are trying to block the Peter Obi phenomenon. They are trying to gaslight. They are doing everything to block that phenomenon. The people have to find another alternative, because Peter Obi is not a messiah. He's a human being like us. So the people have to find another person that they can invest their trust in. Because if the government block down, people have to say, okay, you have blocked this, we invest our trust in this person. And I think maybe Showore, but like Ovi said, Showore has been, is getting money from NGOs and all that. So he will be loyal. That is the truth. He will be loyal to them. It is the truth. If you say he will not be loyal to them, they will arm twist him. They will arm twist him. Whether we like it or not, they will arm twist him. So let me speak a little bit on the.
Why are we so compromised? Let me ask this though: why is it that Nigeria, almost every Nigerian angle, is so compromised to the West, but never to, let's say, the East, like Russia or China? It's like we just throw all our lot inside one basket.
Forefathers, China and Russia are late to the game, whether you like it or not. China and Russia are late to the game. China and Russia were not involved in trying to grab other parts of Africa. That's the truth. But let's face the reality of it. China and Russia came.
Next, just in response to that question that Forefathers is asking, I understand why you're asking that question, because you didn't grow up during the Cold War. Some of us that are old enough have a full understanding that it's not an accident. The West actively fought the Soviet bloc. Actively. The fact of the matter was that during my youthful days, there's this socialist communist tendency, but there was massive investment in terms of money spent, in terms of
they gave us a Jakarta still. The Soviet Union gave us that.
So it's not an accident. It was a fight that was fought vehemently, and the West won it. So that's why most of us here in Nigeria, in Africa generally, are tending towards that place. And it is not an accident that people like Iran are pro-Russia. There are a lot of countries in the world that are pro-Russia also, but it's a function. Even in Africa, if you go to places like maybe I think Ethiopia, you go to places like Tanzania. Yeah, there are some countries that are pro-Russia, even in Africa. But I'm saying that it's not.
Maska, I'm not disputing what you're saying. When I mean by the West, the Russia and China.
No, it's Forefathers I was asking, because he was asking you that why is it that all of us are tending towards America? I'm trying to explain to him that it was a design. There was a fight. The West won the fight, so everybody is lining up behind America, not because
just the way they are trying to get Chinese off our back now, and the Chinese are invested heavily. That's exactly what happened in the 70s that Maska is talking about.
Yeah. So Forefathers, let me tell you one of the problems we have. Whether we like it or not, we must tell ourselves the truth. One of the things we have is that many of us Africans, we must tell the truth. We are. See, look at the way this is where I interpret how the world is. So we live, especially in West Africa, we live in the equator. Okay, we live in the tropical areas. One of the areas that you can stay all year round. Okay, you can stay all year round. You don't actually have to work. You can just eat from your farm. You will survive. There's water. There's fresh water. You have a good weather. You don't have anything that is really driving you. Okay, you don't really have anything that is driving you. So that's why when the Portuguese travelers were coming, they saw people filled bellies, having fun, dancing, and all that kind of thing. They didn't have anything to worry about. And they were like, these people are enjoying themselves. So the point I'm trying to make is that they say necessity is the mother of invention. We are not, we don't really challenge ourselves. You know, I mean, see the way in other climes, even in Russia, they have to conquer the cold. My friend in Kazakhstan, temperature is minus 35. If you are not active there, you will die for this hypothermia. You know, you will die completely. So I think we have.
Are you recommending that we suffer more? We suffer more.
Let me come in, Joe. Let me come in because all is running around. You really patient.
Yeah. Jack is waiting. Let's try to be.
Yeah, I'm coming. So my point is that we don't seem to, as collectively, not individually. One of the things we do, we prioritize what we are chasing wealth, but we're not really chasing institutions that will empower everybody. So that's why you can find in Nigeria one person has become very wealthy. We're just chasing wealth, but we're not chasing establishing institutions that will empower everybody. That's everybody. If you go to Russia, you have institutions that have been China, institutions that have been set up, Japan, that everybody is going to be empowered. That's one of the things we don't do. So let me talk on that video you played, for father. I listened to that video a long time ago. What do you expect? That's a pro-Chinese video. That's what it's going to be. You know, so, and of course, that's analysis that guy is giving. And it's just like you go and if you carry an analysis from Fox, he's going to give you his own analysis, basically. You know, that's what they're really going to give you. You know, and all that kind of thing. So
I think every analysis has to be taken with a pinch of salt. You have to marry it with reality. And what he has said, it seems to look more like reality than other people. What he has said is playing out today.
You see, no. What he's saying is not correct. Let me tell you why it's not correct. He made one assertion of the Iranians have the
Shahid. Keep it brief. Jagmin is waiting.
Yeah. The Iranians have the Shahid drone, okay, which they make for about $50,000. The Americans have invested so much. They have modeled the Shahid drone. They are making their own for $35,000, and their own even has the what do you call it? The sensor that is attached to the Starlink satellite constellation that makes it very difficult for you to track. So my point is this: is the way he said that video he made was long before now. It's not actually the reality of now. So the way you are saying, like these people, they will use drone swarm. The Americans have made their own drone swarm, you know, and all that kind of thing. So what I'm saying is
that video was done last week. It's not long.
No. That's a very old video. That's a very old video. I listened to it.
No, it was done after this war started.
No. Father, that's not a recent video. That's the old video. I listened to that video a long time ago.
I'm telling you, watched it.
I've listened to it. I've heard that analysis a long time ago. So it's just a little bit skewed. Thank you very much.
It's okay. All right, Jago, thank you for your astounding patience. And which is, I have to say, that was heavy. Thank you for being patient and listening. I'm sure you have been listening. You always take.
I've been listening, and again, after listening to the whole of Rudolph's show, I felt that this show was going to be rather entertaining, robust, and speaking in depth in one or two things. But unfortunately, and no necessarily blame for any of the panelists. There's not blame, but I've rather been unhappy with the way this discussion has gone. I'm not happy with the way this discussion has gone. I don't know. I don't like what Doctor says about us being in a climate that promotes laziness. Almost is what he was saying. The fact of the matter is, if you know our history, you wouldn't say such a thing. Our history is deep, long, and wide, especially in that West Africa of ours, especially to do with our people in the Nigerian geography. We haven't been lazy people, I'm afraid. There's too much that we have contributed to the world that has been either taken away from us in terms of the legitimate right to this technology, this practice, this way of life. Too much for you to say such a thing. What this discussion basically tells me about the level of our ignorance, the level of our forgetfulness, the level of our strength building. When you speak about Nigeria, when all of us speak about Nigeria, I really want to give up. Everybody has said that there's no way for Peter Obi to have done something strategic in order to bring him in power. It's not his fault. we're living in a corrupt climate. There's nothing you can do. What bloody rubbish, man! What rubbish! What rubbish! I really dislike it. I'm not somebody who agrees with Forefather by any stretch. But if you can't answer these simple questions and are giving all these various idioms that make no sense, it doesn't make sense. I'm a simple man. I'm a simple man. We saw the 2023 election go on. It was rigged, and we saw the paralysis of any level of what's it called? Objectivity, no, of opposition to what is happening in our country from any of our politicians. And we're all putting our hands up and saying, oh, that's the way it goes in Nigeria. Nigeria is so complicated that there's no way of working out. Rubbish. Rubbish. What are you accepting? I don't like you people. I don't like it. I don't like somebody who is in the hest of death. We don't seem to understand it's death that we are facing. It's re-enslavement that we are facing. Do you know that we can't do what Iran is doing? I've always said, I went to school with Iranians. I know them very well. None of them was as powerful as me as an individual. But I saw that these people are powerful. They're proud of themselves. They're proud of who they are. And they will stick together no matter what. In fact, I will tell you a little story. Again, I know things because I'm an experienced individual. I've experienced a lot in this world. And in my experience, I've seen how Iranians deal with things. They don't play around. They're very soft on one side, very accommodating, nice. But on the other side, they'll just kill you. With no sense of, I'm going to stop. Nigeria can't do what Iran is doing now. Iran right now is foiling America. They're foiling them by themselves. Masker said that the reason why stupid Nigerians always look into the West is because of the Cold War. I'm afraid not. It's because of our stupidity. That's why we can't think. We don't think. We don't choose to think. Why can't we look at Russia and China? We've seen what they've done. All we want to say, those Chinese, they don't believe in God. They're all this kind of rubbish talk that we have in our mouth all the time. See what they've done, for fuck's sake. See what these people have done. You want to try and belittle them? Are you stupid? Even in your mud hut, you want to belittle people who have built up a society. I mean, are we foolish? I don't like the way we speak.
Please moderate the language.
I'm sorry, I'm going to stop. I'm not entertaining any rubbish. I don't like the way we speak. It's as though we're not in the real world. Because we are Nigeria, now something special has come and the devil is before us and we can't do anything about it. Rubbish, weakness. Talking to me about your weakness. I don't want to be involved in your rubbish weakness. I don't want to be involved. What is that? What are you telling me? What are you telling anybody? How do you strengthen yourself? You don't know that the Americans are your enemy. You don't know Oyinbo is your enemy. You don't know that you are now running towards your enemy. I mean, what kind of thinking do we have? What kind of thinking do we have? I think we're all rubbish. I'm listening to everybody and we are rubbish. We don't know how to think at all. Think, as a child in this country, there was no white man in my class, in my age group, that could deal with me. None of them. But my parents, because they were so how can I put it? I want to put it kindly. Because they were so enamored with the Oyinbo, they didn't know what I was learning as an individual. They had no idea. And they without them really understanding, they tried to shrink my courage. They always try to be quiet, behave yourself, do this, do that. Sheepish. Me, I wasn't like that. I was never like that. I was never that kind of individual. And I refused that kind of education from my people. And my people were great people. They gave me a lot. but I can't be shrunk. You people are easy to shrink. You are easy to shrink. They'll just tell you one thing and then you will go off doing it like idiots. You won't test anything. We are not people that test things. We don't make mistakes that tell us that, okay, that's why that's a mistake. Let me see how to repair it. Let me see how I can do it better. We don't do that. We're just verbatim, learning rubbish in our head and just taking it like that. I don't like the way we talk. I don't like the way we talk. We're not talking as though we are investigating this life. We're talking as though we're remaining outside of life and we're just watching it, observing, and then commentating. Are we stupid? I don't like what we're saying. I don't like what we're saying at all. Just rambling. Nigeria is the most impossible place in the world. Do you think that other places don't have difficulties? Nigeria has the most advantage in this planet to be a great nation. But because of our stupidity, which is what it is, there's no other way to put it. We are stupid and we behave stupidly. We talk rubbish. It's like we're not trying to develop.
But forefather, I hope you know now, Jagun, all that he has said for the last 1 minute is that we are stupid, we are stupid.
We are stupid, though. We are.
I know, but I think it shouldn't be.
My brother, I have been listening.
No, he's not calling any specific person.
No. I'm saying that the words are just being repeated, so it doesn't make any.
No, don't. I haven't finished. I've been waiting for, look 2.5 hours have gone before. Wait, 2.5 hours have gone before I started speaking. I'm the 7th person on here. Masca has already underlined the level of wasting of time that Forefathers has done. His approach of how he does things. I understand that there's a lot to go through, there's a lot to tackle, but you should allow us to really speak about these issues. Really, truly. But I'm not going to repeat because I think what Masca started with was enough. I'm not happy about the way we discuss things. I really am not. Me personally, I don't know why Peter Obi didn't create an opposition. I have no idea. But whatever it is, he didn't create an opposition. Do you think that he's coming in 2027? He's not going nowhere. So what's the point of him? What's the point? Is it because this, that? Rubbish! Peter Obi is the most honest man. Fuck off! What rubbish are you talking about? We need for Tinubu to go. That's what we need. We are talking all the reasons why he should stay. In actual fact, that's what we're talking about. Everybody's saying why Tinubu, not even knowing that that's what we're saying. I don't like the.
Can I ask you a question? Can I ask you a question, Jago? I agree with your frustration. Yeah, I agree with your anger and frustration. But why are you abdicating? Why don't you see it like you create the opposition? Why don't you think? So because since you're talking about let's do something, why are you looking that it has to be Peter Obi that has to create the opposition party?
No. Again, that's another fallacy. I'm not looking for Peter Obi for nothing. Peter Obi came in. Look, listen to me, my friend. Peter Obi came into the political space a long time ago. In his policies, we have all watched him and seen what type of person he is. We have seen that this person seems to be quite different in the political space. We wanted to back him. In us backing him, he had the whole country in his hand. Yet, he wasn't able to win because of rigging. And 2, somehow, he wasn't able to create any level of opposition. So, who do we look to for that? Is it not him? You're playing like he's a saint and we should never talk about him. Rubbish! What rubbish? We're supposed to be responsible grown-ups. Responsible. I don't like the way we think at all. It'd be like say me as an individual. I'm not part of you people. I don't think like you. I don't behave like you people.
Sorry,
That is on this like this. I feel like this is what I talk about, your clarity of thought sometimes. Because when you have you hear all these kind of statements that don't add up,
they don't add up. They don't add up. Someone come to the table and make it add up. Someone come to the table and make it as a. It's because you speak in this way of politeness. Oh, we're all balanced. Look, you're not making sense to
My question is this.
anywhere.
This is my question, okay? This is my question. Okay?
Hurry up, my friend, please.
Yeah. If we are so upset and angry about a situation, why are we looking to somebody to do the job that we think can be done? Why don't, as we are angry like that?
You're asking me a question. Look, I've heard you. I'm saying to you that you're asking me a question as though I don't know Nigeria. You're asking me a question as though I haven't done my part. You're asking me a question as though I don't think. You don't know what I've done in my life. You have no idea. All that Niger Delta that you're talking about, that's the area that I'm from. You understand? Bonny Island is a very small island, as green as it might be. It's a very small place. It's the whole of that area that is decimated. I went to Russia. Soji Adamo, went to Russia to go and pick up, because I knew that they had this technology that can turn sludge, the level of sludge that we have in the Niger Delta, into crude and separate the sludge from the crude. I came with that. I went to the government of Nigeria and I put it in front of Goodluck Jonathan. Goodluck Jonathan wanted it. Everyone around him fucked it up. What are you trying to tell me? I've done more than most people on this platform as far as Nigeria's development is concerned. I can tell you something. You don't know what I've done. So I don't ask me stupid questions about what I've done.
Let me contribute now.
Have you been here? You just jumped on and you want to speak straight away. I've been waiting for 2.5 hours.
I just want to say your technical expertise and your experience.
Look, guys. Honestly, I've been.
But Jago, what you've just said, you've just highlighted the rot in the Nigerian system that made it difficult for you to contribute, to make a contribution that would have empowered a lot of people.
The issue. Wait, because you're not saying what you're saying. You're trying to say what I'm saying, which I'm not going to allow. I'll say this, that in my village, we have this big stream, beautiful. It's just lovely. It has a waterfall. So I said to my mother, let's make electricity from this water. She said, if you do that, the authorities will come and X, Y, Z, and W. This is when I was 20. I was 21 at this time, 21 years old. I knew how to make electricity for our village and for the 4 villages that are next to us. I know how to do it. It's not fucking rocket science. It's common electricity. It's electricity. It's not to blow a man's mind into 10 pieces. They told us that this is unallowed, this, that, the other one, this, that. The thing is, no one's coming together. That is the problem. Nobody comes together and agrees. As I said, on this platform, let us agree on 3 things out of the 10, 25 things that we have. No, we can't even agree on 1 thing. That is our problem. Because we are stupid. It's just, I don't know how else to put it. How am I going to put it? It's stupidity. We're sitting down. We're common sensual people. We have a strong heritage. I feel very well endowed with the heritage that I contain. It is that heritage that made me last in this country, because I didn't allow anyone to pretend that I'm an idiot. There was nobody that could sit in front of me and play me like a fool. So I believe that that's what we contain as Nigerians. But it seems that any time I come together with our people, it's not what we contain. We contain fear. We contain overly respect. We contain all these things that just making us go backwards. Imagine a country like Iran that has been under such strategic sanctions for the last 25 odd years, if not more. Yet they can fight the US like they're doing. They can fight Israel like they're doing. Could you see us doing anything like that? We'll be taken over in a second. We would say, if that was Nigeria was doing to America, we'll be slaves in a second. In fact, we would even enjoy our slavery. That's where we are.
And Dragon, you know one interesting thing that happened during this whole process. You know, they had this king that was, former king's son that was overseas, that they said they should take over the country.
I know him.
But the moment Trump talked about trying to divide the country,
that's how they are. That's how they are. That's how they exactly.
They all lockstep, even the courts and everything. Like, no, this is not what we are looking for. They all, but we're like, come and help us.
And the thing is, if you understand the Persian history, there are as many as we are in Nigeria in terms of different factions, different ethnicity. So all these things that we give ourselves just as rubbish excuses. It's only because we want to be the biggest man in the land. We can't take just ordinary person. There's a problem with our culture. There's a problem with our society. There's a big problem with us as individuals because we don't know how to come together.
But in summary, Jagun, I think what you are saying is exactly what we have said all along.
No, it's not exactly nothing. No. I'm not going to allow it, Master. What has been said is that what has been said in my ears is called defeatism.
No.
Basically everybody before I spoke about how it's impossible. That's what you all spoke about.
No. So let me
Bros. Forefathers, wait. Forefathers was asking simple questions. And instead of you answering the question, you belittled him and say, because you are speaking like that. I mean,
yes.
No, he didn't know. He was being earnest in his questions. Now it's unfair. The way you people.
I understand. Look, for me, as far as I'm concerned, we're all saying the same thing. You use a stronger word. And if you can give me 1 minute so that we can all, the most important thing you say, so that we can all at least agree on one thing. Because there's no point every day we come, we're all at disparate positions. What you said is that we are a stupid people. Okay, that's what you said. And I know you are not referring to us on the panel, that Nigerians as a people, we are stupid people. Okay, that's what you said. What, at least I will speak for myself, what I said is exactly the same thing, even though I will not use a strong word like that. I am saying that if Peter Obi attempts to register a party, because we are stupid people, let me use your word, somebody in his own group would be the first person to sabotage him. Isn't that stupidity? What has happened in Labour Party, is it not stupidity? Somebody is coming to salvage a whole country and you are there sabotaging him. Is that not the stupidity you're talking about?
Of course.
So what's the difference between what we are saying and what you're saying?
Well, the difference is, my brother, I don't like to blow my own trumpet. I've got no trumpet to blow, to be frank. You understand? But I know that most Nigerians do not have the similar attitude as I do. My attitude comes from my parents, comes from Nigerianism, and comes from the country I'm in, and comes from my own observation of how the world works. It seems to me that the level of intelligence that we have in Nigeria, which is much more than my own, the level of the intelligence has not been used intelligently. That's my issue, Maska. Do you know how many graduates in my family? Wait. Understand me. I need you to understand me, Maska. Okay. Do you know how many graduates there are in my family? There are more graduates in my family than there are
people in your family. Lots to talk of. How many graduates?
What I'm trying to say is, I know each and every one of us on this platform our families are filled with graduates, filled to the brim, doctors, lawyers, whatever you want to say. We're filled to the brim. So how is it seen? When we look at Nigeria, does it seem that way? Does it seem that these people are intelligent people?
No.
Does it seem that way? It doesn't seem that way to me. I went to the hospital, as I've said to you, a year and so ago, and I was there for 2 weeks, and I observed our people working hard. Not only working hard, working more diligently than anybody else. How is it that they're doing that here and not able to do it back home? How?
No, but the answers are obvious, Jagun. You know the answer. Why it's not possible here?
They may be obvious, but the thing is, it tells me that we all have this innate aptitude to doing things correctly. Yet still, our country is a backwater.
Yes,
it's a backwater.
You are correct to this point. At this
Brother,
point,
all I'm saying is that I'm frustrated to the point that you see, we have an agreement between the five of us to be writing this thing, and it's with me right now. And today I felt, you know what, me doing this is a waste of time. Me doing this, it's going to be a good talking point, and maybe we'll get some.
So just hold on there, please. Just for there, what is that? Is it not defeatist attitude?
Well, my brother, I tell you what I don't do. Masca, I'll tell you what I don't do. As a business, and I know that you are a finance man, but as a businessman myself, I don't like wasting time.
Exactly. And see, this is don't argue. No, Jagun, just hold on. So that let's agree. This exact mentality, I am not a Peter Obi supporter, but this is exactly the mentality when you know that this thing is a waste of time to go and start registering a new political party. The one that you are inside, you know the people that are sabotaging. Why would you want to go and start a new one?
Fair enough. Now, if I was Peter Obi and I found myself in that scenario, I would give up. I would tell the people that, you know what?
He's not giving up, and I'm sure there's
wait. You're arguing with me based on you telling me that you agree. I'm not doing that. What I'm saying is that common sense is not only outside of Nigeria. Common sense exists in Nigeria. But what everybody has been telling me is that common sense doesn't exist in Nigeria. That's basically what everyone's saying. It doesn't exist.
It does, Jagun.
Well, then, if it does,
Peter Obi is using common sense to know that he is not going to go to the route forefathers is saying.
I'm not saying that forefathers' route is the best at all, but I am saying he's asking questions that need proper answers. They don't need for you guys to belittling what he's trying to put across. Because
what is forefathers putting
as a Nigerian? What anybody would want as a Nigerian is for that country to progress, and that country ain't progressing nowhere right now in that West African zone. You see, we don't have a common plan in that Nigeria. And our common plan really was to understand what's happening in this world. Understand that our people were enslaved. Understand that our people were enslaved in the Americas, largely chattel slavery. It was a hell for 400 years. Understand that our people were enslaved across the Sahara by those Arabs that took our minds and our energy away from us. This is our first thing in that West Africa to fully appreciate. Once we appreciate that and we know we've got certain enemies in the world, how do we deal with them? As far as America is concerned, we've seen for 400 years how they have tried their earnest best to emancipate themselves as far as they possibly can from the chattel oppression that they were under. We saw it. Those of us who were a part of the elite, they knew it, but they didn't bring that in to our education. So our people have been ignorant of the struggles that our people have been through abroad, instead of us bringing that in as part of our educational thesis. So that's our first mistake. I grew up in this country with Jamaicans, Caribbean people. We were at enmity with each other for years, up until not as much as America is going through now, but it took us 60 years to come to the point of actually appreciating each other and understanding that we are a community in this country. 60 years, 400 years has gone. Nigeria doesn't even know that slavery took place. They don't even know. They don't even. How should I look upon you?
Thank you.
A cousin of mine came here when I was about 15, 16, 17. He's my age. He said to me,
please, I have a question for my brother Jag, if you allow me, please.
Yes, of course. He said to me, why are these Jamus doing here? I had to look at him. I said, what the fuck are you doing here? Why are you doing here? It was when I asked him a question like that he realized the stupidity of his question. He's asking what these black people doing here. I'm thinking, aren't you black? That's our mentality. That's our mentality. We think me, yes, but nobody else. What kind of idiot mentality?
Please allow Ike to ask you a question. He has a question. Go ahead, please, Ike.
Maska asked Jagu a question that Mr. Peter Obi tried to build the Labour Party and is being sabotaged every day, even up till as we are still speaking right now. And Maska asked Jagu, if you are the person that you find yourself in such a situation, Jagu answered that he should give up, right? That's your answer to the question.
Okay.
So, but every day we come here, we talk about how we want to redeem and rescue Nigeria, which means you're telling all of us to give up, because almost the same thing Mr. Peter Obi is suffering in Nigeria is what almost all Nigerians are suffering. So you're asking us right now to give up. That's what you're saying. And
no, this is what I'm no, you're putting your own thoughts on what I'm saying, which is fair enough, but that's not what I'm saying, my big brother. What I am saying is that if you find yourself in a position where you are suffering with your people and the people see that you too are trying for them, then it is a position that you galvanize one way or the other. You don't necessarily have to have a political party. You can do so many things. There's always an option. There's always a choice. It's the way you people have been speaking as though we can't do anything about it now. Complaining rubbish. What I'm saying. No, let me finish answering him. What I'm saying, my big brother, is that when you have 6 million votes has been underlined, and you know the people are suffering and they want out of this suffering, it is for you to galvanize those people. It is for you to have the level of rhetoric that raises those people. You don't have to go the political way. You can stand down. Me personally, I don't believe there should be any such thing as a 2027 election. I can't see what you're going to elect there. There's no difference to be had. There needs to be a change. And I believe that change was in the hands of Peter Obi, and he failed. He failed. I don't know what you want me to say. He failed. What are you talking about?
Why are you so pained?
I beg your pardon.
Well, the question I'm asking is this. You seem to be so pained about Peter Obi as if he's a messiah.
I'm pained about Peter Obi as an individual. I'm pained about the situation that Nigeria is in.
No, the way you just said
is stupid scribble. Let's not do that. I'm not going to enjoy what you're going to say.
Let me say this. I don't understand why we say that he's pained and all that. So it should be like when you look at Tinubu now, you say he's not performing well. Maybe it shouldn't be then, if that's the case, because people entrusted leadership to him, just like Peter Obi was entrusted with 6 million votes. Those things matter. It's not toys.
What your forefathers, when Buhari was winning 12, so I think it was Maska that gave the example. When Buhari was winning 12 million votes, what was he doing with it when he did not win the power?
You were not happy with him, were you?
No, who was not happy with him?
Yeah, but that's the point. If you entrust somebody with something, you expect them to deliver certain things.
You are so pained about Peter Obi that is not in charge of the saddle, that you are not even holding accountable the person in charge of the saddle.
We are holding that one accountable. We are also saying we need to replace it.
No, you are not.
Hold on. See, this is irrational kind of. You are acting as if we are against Peter Obi. We are saying he should be doing more to replace the fool that is in office now. That's the way we are looking at it. If we don't believe, if we think that Tinubu is replace him.
Hold on.
Apart from that, how many who on this platform, my friend, is excusing the so-called Jagaban? No one, nobody. I didn't even want him ever to enter that place. Ever. I knew that it was going to be the outcome. But Nigerians were voting for him. This is the issue. You always try to swerve. All that is just more rubbish. Rubbish. Swerve from what? Are you pretending that Nigeria isn't a basket case? It's a basket case, my brother. Wait, if I may end on this, because I know. Yes, I know Jacob is waiting. I'll just end on this if I may. Right now, there are many people who say, what's going on in Iran has nothing to do with me. Yeah. Which is so much ignorance, I can't even believe it. What's going on there is about the changing of the world, the changing of the guard. And if we're not careful, we would remain with the same oligarchs, as it were. But that's not going to happen because the East is going to win this fight. Russia, China, with Iran is going to win. And in this winning, we better know what we're doing in positioning ourselves because it's not going to be an easy fight. So I'll end on there. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I appreciate it. You are very, very concise today.
Sorry, forefathers. I'm sorry, Yakubu, because look, it's easy for us to say this is what we should do, this is where we should be, and all that. My consistent conviction has been that it's easy to say that, but can Jagun tell us, okay, we are stupid now? We doesn't want us to be stupid. The real question is how, because it's easy to say, oh, do a political party, galvanize people, but the real challenge is how.
I again, Maska, unfortunately, I don't follow your question. Not because wait now.
You said you don't follow.
So
what are you going to say?
Because I don't think it's easy to say these things. What I'm saying is against my own self, my own being. That's what it's against me. I don't like saying things, but I have to because no one else will. Because you're all afraid of speaking the truth about yourself.
You see, look, we're asking the hard questions. It's not fair. We're asking the hard question. How do we do it? Let's talk about it.
No, you think Maska, do you think I'm not a thinker that I can't tell you what you're asking?
No, I'm asking us to do the thinking and ask the questions and answer ourselves.
Bro, I can answer these questions. I'm not an idiot. I can answer these questions.
So I'm listening. How?
You see? Do you want me to answer it now?
Yes.
No, I believe I'll come back to you. I've spoken a lot. Let Yakubu speak. I'll remember your question.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that.
Thank you, Yakubu. We are going to be rounding up soon, not circling around. Yakubu, thank you for joining us. I know you are from Nigeria, and thank you. I appreciate you. What do you make of the conversation so far? We are talking about. I just made a passing comment about maybe Peter Obi should have done better as an opposition leader. He had 6 million votes, and people calling Jagaban this is a genius when the opposition basically imploded themselves. They destroyed themselves. He basically didn't have an opposition really. They imploded themselves, and then they call him except he's the one that caused them to implode. Maybe then, but there's no evidence that he's the one that made them implode. So I can say that he's just lucky, and the man is lucky. I have to give President Tinubu. I've never seen one president that going to office, so many things working in the right direction for him in terms of look at this oil now money that he's going to get. If this war carries on, he's going to make a lot of billions that he probably doesn't even need to compete. If he just spends that money in the economy, if they don't want to ruin the old money, if he spends in the economy, people will feel there is going to be that feel good feeling and they're going to vote for him. So he's a very, very lucky man, I have to say, from that point of view. But the security, he hasn't solved the issue. Let me not go on. Let me bring Yakubu. Yakubu, thank you. You have heard of everything we are talking about. You heard about the Iran one. You heard about Tinubu one. You heard about, sadly, 65 Nigerian soldiers, the one that are meant to be protecting us, that is hard to recruit in this country. We lost 69 of them to ISWAP in Nigeria again. So you can go at it from any angle. Thank you for joining us.
Okay, thank you very much, forefather. Welcome back again, panelists. Thank you for all your contributions. I've listened to what everyone has been saying patiently, and I want to just pick it up from the angle of changing of guards. Yeah, changing of guards. That's exactly what is happening now. The world is changing guards, and we better be ready to pick a winning side. Well, when I use the word winning side, I mean a side that will survive Nigeria, if Nigeria will remain one. Because if we don't get it right now, then I don't see Nigeria remaining one as a country. eventually. You see, the issue of Peter Obi and Jagaban and Atiku, for me, is overflogged. Why am I saying it's overflogged? It's overflogged in the sense that we have forgotten that there are other players, or rather, we've deliberately reduced the importance of the other players and emphasized only on Tinubu, Atiku, and Peter Obi. But we forget that these people already have outlived their time. And the Nigeria that we want does not, they cannot effectively compete in the new Nigeria that we are thinking of right now, particularly with this matter of change of guards. If eventually the East defeats the West, where do you think Nigeria is going to be? I don't see Nigeria competing effectively because we have not harnessed ourselves properly in any way. All I see is a scattered voice, a scattered position, a scattered, disposition towards what the world is supposed to be. And it's unfortunate that we are all thinking like as if, what's it called? After Tinubu, if Peter Obi takes over, it's going to get better. You see, there's a word called faithfulness, and as ordinary as that word sounds, faithfulness, it is very profound. What do I mean by it's very profound? It's profound in the sense that it is a critical ingredient if you want to move from being somebody that does not have a virtue to somebody that has a virtue. And that also can extend into if you want to create a group that is unified, then you have to drop in that word faithfulness in their midst. You have to give them something to look towards as a group. They have to all have what we refer to as consensus at Eden, a meeting of mind. That is where that faithfulness comes out from. So long as we are as many as we are in Nigeria, so long as we have all this religion that all of us, we have so many religion in Nigeria, even within the two religions, we still have other religions within the religions. If you're a Christian, there are other religions within Christianity in Nigeria. If you're a Muslim, there are other religions within that Islam in Nigeria. What am I trying to say? There are sects. There are denominations. So the division is it's multifaceted in the sense that they've really broken our fabric so deep that even for you to see a fellow Nigerian now as a Nigerian is becoming very difficult. In fact, most Nigerians now don't even see themselves as Nigerians, even though we are Nigerians, but we owe our allegiance more to our sects, to our denominations, to our foreign influence, foreign attachment, and all that. So that fragmentation itself has created a very, very suitable situation for Nigeria not to be part of the change of guards. I don't see Nigeria moving in as a country when eventually the war ends. It will not happen.
Yeah, I think I suspect so too. Go ahead.
You see, this issue of institution, it's so paramount and so fundamental that there is no country in the world, no matter how crazy they are, messes with it. No matter how dictatorial that country is, they ensure that their institutions and the sanctity of the institutions are respected. Because every country or every leader will go, but the country will continue to exist. And for that country to remain one, those institutions have to remain very strong. In our own case, we have watered down our own institutions and we've made individuals stronger. And that is why it's always impossible when it comes to matters of election, matters of creating political parties. We always think of an individual. That shouldn't be the case. The matters of election has to do with numbers, not an individual. The matters of political parties has to do with numbers, not an individual. An individual might have a sphere of influence, but it doesn't make the institution, or she doesn't make the institution. What am I trying to say? When our leaders, even eventually, when they eventually get into office, they fail to honor their oath of office, and we still don't see it as something fundamentally wrong, and we allow it to continue, then we, as citizens, we have also failed in our being faithful as citizens of the country, of our country, just like our leaders who refuse to honor their oath of office have failed in being faithful to their oath of office. Now, what am I trying to say? Just recently, taxation has been made mainstream in Nigeria. We've had taxes in Nigeria, but this year it has been made mainstream. You can imagine a lot of Nigerians complaining already.
Yakubu, try to round up because there are people that want to speak and I need to close the show too.
I know.
Weibo is from Ghana. Weibo is from Ghana and he's got 20% charge. And I'm sure his cows will miss him. So he's a farmer. So we need him to have his say too.
Fathers, I'm not giving any political opinion. I actually want to talk about something.
You are not serious, Niger.
We have to help our Ghanaian brothers now. What are we going to do? I see you there. Yeah. So Yakubu, please try to round up so we can move it on.
You see, when leaders are faithful to rule of law, and when citizens are faithful to rule of law, it makes things easy. You don't need to fight. You don't need to quarrel. When leaders make sure that they respect the rules of engagement, particularly when it comes to electioneering, do not destabilize the people by creating, situations of like the situations that I'm seeing, recently. Peter Obi went to Edo State, and what happened? He was attacked. When you create situations like that, that is not rule of law. And when you hear people like Tinubu saying, I had to quickly sign the Electoral Act because I didn't want the debates that were going on. When you do issues When you create issues like that and then you pretend like it's not happening, like an ostrich, you bury your head, what you're simply doing is you are simply festering a situation that will not survive itself. And that's what I'm saying. As long as we continue to see ourselves as being loyal to other entities than to Nigeria, we'll keep arguing from today till tomorrow without getting any headway. The best headway we need in this country today in Nigeria is first and foremost, we have to go back to square one. The social contract that we have with our country, with the constitution. If we think the constitution is not adequate enough to contain all our ethnicities and all our whatever it is that is our problems, then we have to start from there by amending, or better still, writing a brand new constitution. Secondly, if we begin to hold our leaders,
how many of this are you listening? That people need to. I just informed you that others need to speak.
Just three.
Okay,
Our
try to make it jiffy.
We rewrite our constitution. It's very important because it is clear that the constitution itself has so many problems, and it's because of those problems that till today we're in the state that we are in. To start with, the foundation of the constitution itself was mad because it was the military that gave it to us. We didn't come together as people, we Nigerians, to write the constitution. That's why it's giving us the problem it's giving us. The other time I talked about the residual list and the exclusive legislative list. And what I was trying to say was that the local government seems to be the government that is closest to the people. And because of that, most of the powers should have been given to the local government and not the federal government, if you are talking of devolution of power. If you give more power to the local government that is closer to the people, most of the issues we're having today will have been, to me, to the best of my own thinking, will have been done away with. Why? Because the people that will be handling these positions are closer to the people that they are ruling. These people will know them even as far as their parents, their grandparents, and so on and so forth. So that affinity is there. There is no distance. But so long as the power is concentrated up there at the top, and then most of the people that go there are far away from the people they are governing, there's already an imbalance. So that constitution has to be rewritten to start with.
Thank you.
Out of office.
Hold on. We can. This is not a lecture now. You have to. These people have to be able to speak. And it's 3 hours
Nigeria.
already.
Nigeria. Not give a chance.
You are reading a presidential address here.
Are you kidding me? Well,
you are in Nigeria.
The thing is this.
I don't know where you have the time to be doing all this from
Nigeria. The thing is this, forefathers. You see, when we talk about changing of guards, it's a serious talk.
I agree with you. It's just that we have time constraint here. If you started this trouble, you started here big me. I wanted to do 2 minutes so that everybody will be able to speak. Now everybody is giving a presidential address.
The West. You see, let me tell you. Hold on, Mr. Yakubu. Good evening. Okay, let me tell you. You started this, okay? Because if you had just given yourself like 5-10 minutes, I don't think we'll be here dragging. You stood here, or you sat here and gave a 61 minutes speech, and we were all waiting for you. Yakubu, go ahead. You.
No, you can't be encouraging that behavior now. You can't be encouraging that behavior.
No accountability. You were holding people accountable. Now they are holding accountable.
Because we boys in Ghana, and he hasn't been here for a long time.
No, we're not doing that. You see how it feels, huh?
No, it's not for me. I'm trying to fight for Wimbo here and OT and others.
You see,
Okay.
okay, forefathers. Let me talk about the 65. Let me talk about the 65
My
soldiers.
battery is running down. My
Let
battery
me
is
talk
running
about
down
it.
too.
I know
Sorry,
there are other people who want to speak.
Awibon, please, your battery. You can talk since your battery is running down. I will allow. Please,
You that you are in the house, did you go to the mosque?
Can I speak? I
He's already
was
judging
here
people from his listen.
Okay.
Yeah, I know.
Okay.
Jide, you would have gone next, but Owibo is in Ghana and his battery is running down, and I'm sure his cows are missing him. He's a farmer, you see. So we have to let this week. Okay, so Owibo, it's been a while. It's been a while. We've not heard from you. I'm sure you have been very busy with your farms. So what do you make
Yes,
of the conversation so far? How you
yes.
feel from
Thank you, to Niger and the panelists and those that have permitted me to speak when I am not supposed to speak. Thank you so much for having me. I love each and every one of you. The reason why I came in here, yes, to Niger, I've been very, very busy. There are some people from Netherlands that came and visited my farm, and we are doing well. And soon you will see me at my farm, my improvised ranch in the internet. I'm trying to modernize the improvised nature of my ranch that I inherited from my father, with the help and support of a group, a company in Netherlands. They are here in Ghana as we speak, and they are doing well. They are trying to make sure that I modernize, forage, plant, and feed my farms from my own, farms, from my own ranch. From what we harvest from my ranch, we use it to feed. They are teaching some of my workers on how to dry, graze, dry, pile, store, and use them, to about 2 to 3 years, forage stored to feed the cows in my farm.
Wow.
We don't need to go to anywhere or roam the cattle, destroy people's farms and their livelihood to feed my cows. They are going to be fed from what we harvest, dried, piled, and heaped for the cows. So that is what we are doing. And
if I may ask, is there any, what is the need for the Netherlands organization that is helping you? Are you like in a business relationship or?
Yes, Netherlands is one of the beef producers, the biggest beef producers in the world. So if my people from where my mother come from in Abia State says, if you want to get to the eye of a meat, you have to go to the head. You don't need to go to the tail. So that is the reason why I, seek for their help to help me modernize what I inherited from my father here in Upper East region of Ghana. So that being said, you see, Nigerians, no matter how you slang, I came in here when my elder brother, I am 51 years old, and I know that Jagun is older than me. I came in when Jagu was speaking. Look, my elder brother, my uncle, Jagu, Peter Obi didn't fail. It is the structure that failed Peter Obi. The INEC, the judiciary, and most Nigerians failed Peter Obi, if everything was made, allowed to walk the way we had from Chatham House down to Nigeria, Bola Ahmed Tinubu wouldn't have been the president of Nigeria. If everything worked out well, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, with all his questionable characters and implications and things like that, he wouldn't have been the president of Nigeria. Peter Obi or Atiku would have been the president of Nigeria. And I would have preferred Peter Obi to be the president of Nigeria because he was suitable to lead Nigeria. And what you are experiencing today in Nigeria wouldn't have happened. That being said, you see, Nigerians, no matter how you slang, no matter the grammar that you come out here to speak, as long as you have that system in place in Nigeria, Nigeria will never be the way it is. I am not here to insult anybody. Part of me is from that country, and part of me is in Ghana. Whatever that happens in Nigeria affects me in Ghana here. And when you look at over 230, 40, 50 million people residing in Nigeria, if there is what they call, is it a if there is problem,
conflagration.
Thank you so much, my uncle. I'm not an English person. I'm just learning. If there is conflagration or whatever in Nigeria, it is going to. Sorry, I beg you. It is going to affect Ghana. The reason why we are at peace in Ghana, when you talk of Islam, is because of the population of Muslims in Ghana is insignificant. If you browse, it is not up to 20% of Ghana population. That is the reason why you can consider us as liberal. And that is the reason why we have no problem. And when they rear their heads, we contend them the way we're supposed to contend them. If we fall back to what Nigeria is, we will have the same problem as it is playing right now in Nigeria. Sharia, blasphemy, and the rest of them. And being a former Nigerian military soldier, I am not happy at the rate at which my comrades are being killed, slaughtered, the way they are being slaughtered in Nigeria. If the soldiers that are meant to protect Nigerians are being slaughtered the way they are being slaughtered, what is your own fate as a civilian? Your relatives living in Nigeria, what are their fate? Those that doesn't have the capacity to protect themselves, those that do not have the ways and means to purchase military graded weapons like these terrorists are using, ISWAP, ISIS, Boko Haram, Mahmuda, Lakurawa, and the rest of them, what will be their fate in Nigeria? That is what each and every one of us must be concerned with. It is horrible. This thing wouldn't have happened if military regime, no matter how you criticize the military regime, we understand the problems that Nigeria is facing. We understand the fragile nature of peace in Nigeria. But the civilian administration that you have in Nigeria do not understand the fragile nature and the little peace that Nigerian people enjoy. And that is hence what you are seeing today. If the military were there, these things wouldn't have happened. And that is why I will always go for the military for Nigeria, because Nigerian democratic system is not meant to protect the innocent and unarmed Nigerians in that country. See, my people, we must understand the dimensions that are being played out today. What is happening in Nigeria is not internally generated. It is externally generated. And there is an intention to take over that country and make it an Islamic state. If you come out here to tell me from where I stand and what I have seen in that country and my position while I was
let me
seeing
stop
it.
you there. Let me stop you there. You
Yes, sir.
cannot just come and say Nigeria.
Can other people speak?
Please wait. He just made a very, very serious statement. Nobody is making Nigeria an Islamic state. Please, it's inflammatory. Unless you have backing evidence.
I don't want to. I don't want you to interrupt me. When you were speaking, I did not interrupt you. Can you just hold on? Hold your
Are we taking too long?
Yeah, it's okay. It's only fair. Let's try to be our brother's keeper. Let's try to keep it brief so that other people can speak. At least we have three people who wants to speak.
Impulse, you know, if you cannot hold your impulse, it doesn't show maturity here. When you were speaking, I kept quiet. I was asking the host to please allow me to speak. And when people come out here to
I apologize. Sorry.
You are just interrupting. You keep interrupting me. You are changing. You are making me to lose my thought. Please. If I finish, you can attack me, insult me for all I care. I don't care. Because you do not know the position of
Hello.
I think he's gone. So we shouldn't have interrupted him. Allowing the people to have his say.
Okay. Let's bring Jide in.
Yeah. Sometimes you will just realize on go. Like, are you telling them when to speak, how long to speak, or you say you want to? Time is far gone.
No, it's okay. It's okay. It's one of those days. I may be loose today. It's okay. Don't worry. I will tighten up. Make sure.
You better be loose with everybody. Just be loose with everybody, because with that level of people, you're gonna have a problem.
Yeah, but we don't have a lot of time. I should have ended by now. It just people keep coming in later in the day. Okay, Jide, please.
The problem. If I come, I came late.
Because you know you came late.
No, hold on. I came late. I
don't
mind if I don't speak.
Because you came late.
Allow somebody to just go on when you say you're about to close. Come on, it's for fathers.
So how many minutes are you giving Jide?
Don't allow me to talk.
Jide has got 1 minute.
I have 30 seconds. I'm actually not here to talk about politics today. Honestly, like I'm coming here to talk about something that is really, yeah. Like I don't want to talk about Nigerian politics right now. I just want to talk about something that is bothering me on this platform. I really like this platform. I like the way we discuss about issues, geopolitics, Nigerian politics. But I've noticed something. I think there's a lot of bias when it comes to moderating. I don't want to name names, but it is really bad. We can do better with our moderating. Something happened to me last week, but I controlled myself not to get emotional about it. But at the end, I was very disappointed, and I started to consider myself like, if I need to if I have to keep coming, if that keeps happening to me. So last week, I know I spoke last week, thanks to forefathers and everyone that gave me the chance to speak. And someone clearly disagreed with me, which is fine. Everyone can disagree with me. I'm okay with that. But the person kept mentioning my name repeatedly on the platform. It can be anyone that wants to check it can try. I don't want to mention the person's name. The person is not on this platform right now. The person kept mentioning my name over and over and over again in terms of trying to disagree with me. And when it was time for me to respond understandably, because other people needed to speak, I wasn't allowed to speak, which was understandable. But the person kept saying, I don't know anything. I don't know anything. And I responded and I said, okay, I agree I do not know anything, but at least I know better than you. Then suddenly I was taken out of the panel. Then when I was brought back in again, someone mentioned my name that I should be taken out of the panel, that I've spent a lot of time on the panel, that I should not be on the panel. Because of that, I was forced to be out of the panel. And I've noticed little glimpse of it here and there sometimes. Sometimes when I'm about to talk, I'm given a limited amount of time to talk. Sometimes people insult me, they disagree with me and they insult me. And I respond back, and instead I'm the one that is being attacked or being told to keep quiet, that it's my fault. What I'm saying is, I think we can do better with moderating, and there are some forms, I don't know if I'll call it online bullying, if that's the right word for this, but it seems like there's some form of disrespect because of some people's position. And as a result of that, other people's opinion is being disrespected to the point that when they respond, they're being pushed out of the panel. I've noticed it, but it's beginning to be a trend. That is why I'm calling it out now. Not because I feel like I need to be validated because of my opinion. I don't need anyone to agree with me. But the point is, if someone is voicing out his opinion and is being disregarded and insulted or being disrespected, that's not okay. That's not acceptable. There are so many people on this planet that I disagree with, so many, but I will never mention their name. I would rather go to what they are saying and I would debunk it. I will analyze it. I will break it into shreds and I will debunk it and I'll provide evidence. That's what I do. I do not insult people. I do not call out people's names because I know it is disrespectful. And I believe that majority of us on this platform are probably older than me. And I respect everyone here. I don't expect us to start insulting each other. 2 weeks ago, same thing happened. I was even insulted. Then I have to be forced to respond because I was insulted, because I had an opinion. And, like I said, everyone is entitled to their opinion, even if I'm wrong. Even if I make an opinion and I'm wrong, you can debunk me. You don't have to insult me. You don't have to be confrontational, asking me confrontational questions. That's very disrespectful. I have to call it out because if I don't call it out now, at some point it may get out of hand or someone else may be affected by this. That's why I have to call it out today. I'll stop there. Thank you.
Forefathers, please, can I give my brother Jide an advice if you can allow me to do that?
Okay, be brief
Just
about
1
it,
minute.
30 seconds.
Just 30 seconds or 1 minute. My brother Jide, I think the best thing you would have done is to write a private email to Dr. Damages and let him know what is going on. I think it should be more better for you to do that. And I think it would be better for all of us that maybe he can be able to address it privately with you and the person, right? Because we are here to learn from each other. We are not supposed to, we can always disagree. Sometimes it can get heated and hot, but automatically nobody is supporting, violent or trying to insult people or degrade people's intelligence. So I think if you felt offended, I think that you're an intelligent young man. I think you should have known the best thing to do was to, communicate to the owner of the platform privately through email or WhatsApp and tell him what you went through. And I think he's in a better position to handle the situation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry, quick one for others. Yeah, in addition to what my senior guy just said, thank you, sir, for that. I think I experienced it that day, and I was supposed to talk next after that argument happened. And I wanted to address the issue because that person, I was surprised that the person came out DJ like that. I've never seen that person in that light before. And I wanted to first of all address that person guy, man, I've been respecting you like this before. I don't know so you be this kind of person. Not in a bad way, like you shock me, say you come out like that. I don't look to say you can go to that extent, to say this like to Jide, you understand? And because of whatever. And I will use opportunity to say, from henceforth, forefathers, please, we should, like what I said, maybe I will also call the Dr. Rudolph and tell him, discuss with him extensively, look, we should stop this nonsense of sometimes if you don't like somebody's idea attack or castigate or criticize the idea, the opinion, and going at somebody's person, for me, it's a no-no. It's nonsense. It doesn't make any of us here civil or mature. It's, in fact, it even make us like the people who criticize in Nigeria. The same thing, they bully you, they oppress you, and they call you names, arrest you, beat you up. Nothing will happen, because sometimes in this panel here, if they give some people a chance, some people would like to beat some people. You understand, which we don't condone. So please, henceforth, like you said, forefathers, like I said, I'll still talk to damage like this, or whoever with panelists. If anybody's going off track to not to attack or castigate or criticize anybody's opinion, trying to malign that person by like, who are you? What do you know? I think that person, if cautioned the first time and does the second time, like I said, if they give me, if that's I do like to moderate, because people I will be harsh. I will just take you out and you will go for suspension for like maybe, okay, let me be harsh, 10 minutes before I can bring you back in if there's space. Because look, we have to sanitize this system and make it civil, and I mean spread love. Trust me, because sometimes these are better past my neighbor by like, who are you? What do you know? I've been this more than you, I've been this more than you. I think that's the none on this panel, and henceforth we shouldn't be saying this happening again. So forefathers, your session is the backbone session. You understand? And I will indulge you and even DJ KJ to please, if anybody is going at anybody's person, you understand, please don't even warn the person. If you try to, if you can't enough to warn and go second time, take the person out for 20 minutes before the person has time to come back and continue. Thank you.
Thank you. Like Jide, Loco has used his time to make his
if I tell you slap just now, I
will arrest you. Don't start now. You took a lot of time. Oti, thank you for joining us, Oti.
Like
you
I
have
said,
been very, very patient.
I would have addressed it. I just forgot that day. Trust me. I felt bad that day.
Okay. I don't want to ask.
Hello. Good evening, everyone.
Yeah, good evening.
Okay.
Welcome.
Can you guys hear me?
Loud and clear.
Good. There's a book I have here. It's called The Stupidity Paradox. Okay. So the book is not about Nigerians, and I'm not sure it was written specifically for Nigerians. So this thing about stupidity is not. I don't think it's a peculiarity of Nigerians. Okay. Yeah, I'm saying this because this point has been kind of some people have hammered on that. Tonight, how stupid we are. Well, I'm not saying we're not stupid. So it's just human nature. Okay. I don't really have a lot to say, but let me just kind of address a few points to the moderator, forefathers. Actually, some of you on the panel have already kind of spoken about that. But I'm just wondering how somebody can, for over an hour, be talking, just going on talking. Forefathers, you may be a nice guy or a rogue for all I care, but I think the problem I have with you is this, at least from my experience on this platform, is it doesn't seem to kind of change your mind, no matter the weight of evidence that are brought to bear against any position you've adopted. That's really the problem. And I don't know. You know how a fool is defined? Do you know the definition of a fool? I'm not saying you're a fool, but I'm just kind of. Do you know? Okay. Anyway, so and nobody can be an expert on every subject, and there are so many things. Myself or anyone for that matter, you can't speak on or speak about. You just listen. And kind of you take other people's views and opinions on board. It's not the way you say things. It mustn't be the right way. Okay. Now that brings me to this this again, something that people have talked about tonight. Forming of a political party, or not forming a political party. Okay. Peter Obi, you talk about 6 million votes. So my question to you is this: having 60 million votes, or even more, 10 million, 12, what does that mean? How does that translate into power? Real power, political power, coercive power, or just counting? We have 6 million votes. What does that mean? Okay. Another question is this: now, because what is important is really this kind of logical consistency. Logical consistency. That's what it means to be, if you like, reasonable and rational. I'm sure that I know that some other person got more than 6 million votes. Okay, so if that person that got more than 6 million votes, that was more than Peter Obi, if the expectation, or rather, no expectation is made on him, and he's not kind of challenged and called upon to do something radical, So what justifies the expectation or the disappointment people express about Mr. Peter Obi? There's a question. And to me, really, this is because we're talking about generalized stupidity. Yes, we can deal with that. It's just human nature. We can understand that. But being able to kind of think and reason and have kind of logical consistency, that's what's important. And again, perhaps even honesty, truthfulness is as much as, if not more important than if like logical consistency. We have to be sincere, and have the humility to be teachable, to learn. So I don't know. I don't think I have a lot more really to say. I'm just I've been listening to you guys. I don't know which unless you have any question for me or want me to come address any particular point, but otherwise really
I have a question that I want to ask you actually. Let me ask you this question. Yeah, about you said something about mind changing. So to change one's mind, what do you think is required for one's opinion to change?
Okay. Now, first of all, you have to be able to listen and evaluate, assess the evidence. Okay, and preponderance of opinion, right? Unless you think that your opinion is you're kind of I don't know the Superman, you have a superior intelligence, So if, for example, you are with people that you consider to have of equal, if like, in terms of intelligence and knowledge and experience, if I were you, I would and then they have all of them have if like kind of countermanding their opinion, the views that are conversing are contrary to my own view. How will have a rethink? I don't know what will make me think that I'm right and they're wrong, the rest of them, and it's not as if you have any kind of any evidence. Often most of these things are kind of speculative, right? Imaginative. It's not as if there's any kind of empirical evidence, so
but
being able to change your mind.
What if there was empirical evidence and the preparing
okay. Well, if there's that, again, you see, even that what you call empirical evidence or data can be subject to interpretation. So you consider all that, but I'm saying from our experience on this platform, it's rare that I don't know on how many points or issues that you have recoiled or have a change of mind or kind of consider that other people might have a better view. I would mean.
Yeah, but but you agree that sometimes preponderance of opinion, it doesn't correlate with accuracy or
that's correct. Yes, I know that. But I'm saying giving proper weight to that. Okay, and that is actually that's kind of like that is the merit of education, of being able to learn, right? And that somebody is teachable, that you learn from others. Is so
yes.
that's what I'm talking about.
What,
okay, for example, this argument about we can be concrete. Okay, let's concretize this. This thing about what you can do with 6 million votes. What exactly can you do? I mean, if you haven't got political power, what does that mean? That's the question. Or you're just saying that somebody got 6 million votes, and so what? What does it count?
You can form your own political party.
And then people are telling you how difficult it is, the machinations, I mean, the impediments that can be put on your way. Hold on, listen. And then questions, the practical questions about this formation of political parties. You couldn't even answer those questions, but you keep on saying, "Oh, form your own political parties," and they don't even the elementary, the basics. You have not considered that. That's what I'm talking about.
I looked at the basics in the sense that you look at the environment and you say,
if you look at the basics, you should be able to answer the questions Maska was asking you.
Yeah, but you have to listen to what I'm also saying, because sometimes people expect me to just listen to people, but they are not listening to me. When I said Shore is in the same environment, you should evaluate that and say, okay, if Shore can somehow succeed with how many votes, are you telling me Peter Obi cannot succeed in getting a political
succeed in doing what?
With 6 million votes? Creating a political party.
Succeed in doing what?
In creating a political party.
I see. Okay, good. So let me answer if that's a question. You see, what you don't understand is this, because Showore has never kind of represented a threat, posed a threat to anyone. So he can form as many political parties as anybody, and but so that's the thing you don't get. Okay, so Showore is not gonna win any election.
Hold on, do you agree that it's better to try and fail than not to try?
Oh, good.
That is not being strategic, forefathers. You can't.
See, that's the thing. So you almost come up with some, with kind of fancy. Hold on. Listen.
By that standard, nobody will try anything.
Oh, good. You see.
So we should just give up. We should just give up and pack up and say,
this guy, he has not given up, right? He is doing something, and they can't even give him the benefit of a doubt that he has more experience. Okay, and then you sitting here and then kind of pontificating.
Why should without
knowledge? Hold on, without the practical, without the real knowledge. That is the danger. Are you with me? So
the danger is that I've seen people all over the world do politics, and I've seen people in Nigeria do
now,
politics.
Now you're talking about all over the world. Hold on, hold on. You've got all over the world.
Hold on. I also stated Nigeria. I've also seen people do politics all over, all the time in Nigeria. And you cannot tell me that when people can even be able to form political parties under military regime, that somebody that has won so many billion votes cannot form a political party. Come on, man. Let's not do that.
Forefathers, let me tell you this, okay?
I think it's my turn.
No, sorry, excuse me. Maska, let me just make this point. Can I just make this point, okay?
The turn that is going to be coming is for people to close out.
Can I just make this point? Final point. Forefathers. Yeah. You see, the thing you said now about somebody again, I think Yakubu talked about it. He didn't register with you. First of all, you have to understand the character of a man, somebody's convictions and beliefs, right? Political party is not a one man's affair, right? If other politicians do that, should every politician do that? Is that the right thing? Are you with me? So it shouldn't be a man's affair, private affair.
But Yakubu talked about that. It still doesn't mean that
he didn't register with you.
Opinion. But it's my see.
Oh,
I had what he said. As a matter of fact, that's one of the few things I picked up when he said.
See, what he said.
He did. I can repeat exactly what he said, and I can expand on it.
Share your opinion, but you should be open to be teachable. If you say, "Oh, he's not," Peter Obi didn't register a political party, and somebody tells you that, "Oh no," it doesn't make sense for him to start from scratch registering a political party. Why? Because A, B, C, D. I think it's important that you take a while, ingest it, rather than just throw it away and just brush it aside.
And then you come with another argument.
Brush it aside. I'm looking at a candidate 4 years ago, or going not up to 4 years now, 2003. That this thing was denied this election results, but he had the opportunity to start a political party. He had the opportunity to Labour Party.
Can you imagine the resources, effort, and money? You know, he must have invested. You know, kind of maybe after the election, and you know the legal whatever, and you know, kind of the strength. Okay. Is it? Have you thought about all that? And this is so it's very easy to just
see. There are people that do you know? A 70-year-old man just died in a bombing from this thing. It's 70-year-old man from America. See the way we act as if oh no, it's so hard. This is a nation you're trying to run. It's not a toy. I don't know why you
so hard. Hold on. You think he's not busy enough? Perhaps. He's not working hard enough. That's what you're saying.
Oti.
My point is that
no, forefather, you're going the wrong way. You're going the wrong way. You're going.
He's not making that excuse. You are the one that's making the excuse for him. He's not making that excuse. You are the one making that excuse for him.
You're going the wrong way about this. Oti, you have you again put up all of the reasons why not. Tell us the way forward then. Don't start talking about. Tell us the way forward.
And in addition to that,
let me respond to that.
Okay, yeah, go ahead, Martha. Go ahead.
Why are you saying, Oti? Why can't you speak? You said why not?
Allow him. I'm not the only person talking. I don't know everything. I can answer. I can address your point.
Oh, but you know how to put somebody down because they're raising objections. But you don't know how to come forward.
He's being more
rubbish.
Jagun, your question of what is the way forward?
Put someone
That's
down
your
like that.
question, right?
Can we just move on, I beg?
It doesn't make sense. We can't just come here and just be spewing comments like that. It doesn't make any sense.
Okay, the diaspora voting.
It's called have your say.
Joining us.
And by the way, I let me add. I think perhaps maybe I learned one, two, one or two things from Ovie today. I'm not sure. I don't know how. I mean, how correct, accurate the information, but at least I listened them carefully, and he seemed to be making kind of I don't know, but yeah. So that's let me
just
say that.
Say it. Ovie is always right. Say it. Don't be scared.
No, you can't be always right. Nobody's always right. Masker, go ahead.
Okay. Jagun, I think let's rehash back so that we can have clarity on what are the issues we are discussing and then address your question. The issue is a very simple issue. It is not about defending Peter Obi. Okay? It is about charting a course for the country. We all agreed. So you are asking the question of, okay, so what's the way forward? It is very obvious because we are talking about the man who has thrown his heart into the ring. In his mind, setting a new political party, it is not the best way to go about it. Even in the first instance, he joined Labour Party. We didn't criticize him.
Please, no history.
Now let me just finish, then you can respond.
No, it's a simple question. Are you going to give me the whole thing that we discussed?
Yes, why not? Why can't you take
patience? He's coming to. He's got just exercise patience, please.
No, because we've been here talking about this same issue. You don't need to pronounce Peter Obi. You don't need to give me the histrionics on this conversation we're having. Answer that effing question if you're electing to do that. Otherwise, shut up.
Your question is what's the way forward, and I'm
Correct.
telling you that it is that we can't talk about the way forward.
Oh dear! First you said it's a simple question. Now you say it's a difficult. Bruh, all this is rubbish. Rubbish. I haven't got time.
But if you have to be fair enough, at least Peter Obi actually is working with the existing parties to have a political.
So please allow Masker has elected to answer the question. Please, can we just listen to him?
You don't want to hear the answer. You've decided the answer.
I want the answer because we've discussed all these things already. It's all the time now.
What you have to do is to be patient for 2 minutes. If you can wait for forefathers,
if you
can listen to forefathers,
Jagu, please allow things to move on. Now you don't have to agree with him. Let him say his piece.
You be that. Look, I'm asking a simple question. I've heard everyone speak.
He doesn't have to answer you the way you want it.
No, it's not that. What it is,
let him go. Let him continue.
What it is, my friend, is that we have all. I don't want to hear the thing we've been speaking about.
Can he continue? You are not the only one here. Let him go. You are not the only one here, for God's sake.
You're in the way, my friend.
You will have to in the way. Let him continue. You don't have to agree what he's going to say.
I will bring it back to the diaspora voting now, but let's just allow
as an intelligent person
answer.
As an intelligent person, not to give me rhetoric that takes a mile. Just answer the question. If it can be answered.
What you have to say, but you have to let him say it.
My friend, be quiet.
It's okay. Masker, please give a concise answer so I can move to diaspora voting, please.
Concise.
He doesn't have to give a concise answer.
Shut up, man. Shut up.
There's nothing wrong with concise answer. We are trying to close out.
Concise is up to me to decide what's concise. So I will respond with a
Thank you. Nobody else will determine that except you.
Why would anybody want to stretch an answer if you know the answer?
All right. Shout like a This is not a good state.
Can I talk?
He is my political godfather. I'm his representative. I will talk like him. Deal with it or move ahead.
Okay, so the answer to you, Jagun, is that we on this panel cannot decide for Peter Obi what's the way forward for him to go. And the way forward for him to go, we can all see what he's doing. It's left for us to take a leaf. Whether we like it, it's up to us. If we don't like it, we should go and start contesting as president. That's the answer.
You see, if we don't like it, we have a right to air our own opinion about it.
No, just don't air. Don't air. You should go and contest also and set up your
don't air. You see, now you are telling me what to do.
Yes, you guys are telling me to be concise.
We have a right. No, you have a right to say, okay, what you said just now. So do we have a right to say, you know what, he could have done better with what he was given?
What Jago did was wrong. Tell him how to answer. If he said 2 minutes. If 2 minutes he didn't answer, is rabble rousing. Then after 2 minutes you can hijack, and you are just telling him the way to answer, and you are telling yourself right now that
no.
So
I'm owing. I'll tell you what I'm doing. I'm telling my brother. I tell you what I'm doing. This is what I'm doing. I
spend 1 hour insulting everybody how they speak.
Like everyone else on this panel have been observing everything said. Now, I'm not treating anyone like an idiot. So I don't want someone
to observation. Do you know that?
So I don't want anyone to treat me like an idiot.
Leave it over here.
What it is, if I'm asking a serious question after we've all heard and said what has been heard and said, I think we need to come to an understanding that an answer is an answer. The rest is rhetoric. Who wants to hear rhetoric?
Jago, hold on. Somebody just begged for 2 minutes. I think you have just be patient for just two. For just 2. If after 2 you see that it's not making any sense,
it's about my patience.
Fair point. It's okay.
Because we end up disrupting each other all the time, which is not. It's not civil of us. Please.
No, please. I'll be who I am. Just like everyone else will be
who you are. But if position to determine who is making sense and who is not making sense.
And
who is in that position to make that judgment?
Why not? Am I crazy?
Jargon. Finally, forefathers, it will be, what's the word now? It will be presumptuous for us to believe that Peter Obi has failed. The elections has not happened. Nobody has the right at this point to say that the man is doing the wrong things. Let's all wait. Let the election come and go, and then you can make your pronouncements. Thank you.
Forefather,
I never said he failed this election. I said he could have done more. The opposition in Nigeria is non-existent. He could have done more with what he was given. Atiku is useless. Nobody's expecting anything from him.
Are you a member of a political party?
Are you having another show after this or what?
Forefather,
I have to round up after this. I have to round up after this.
Are you a member of a political party?
No, I'm not. Support
you are not, huh?
No. If I was going to be a political party, this in the last
when would that be? You don't want to?
No. If I have the time now, but I'm not a political animal right now. Let me speak to. Let me support the diaspora voting, because when he finishes, then everybody take 1 minute to share condolences to the family member that lost family.
I'm begging, please. Just let me be the last person, please, so that our
okay, be the last person to give your final statement too. So we take 1 minute to wish them, and wish Nigerians, say whatever you want to say to Nigerians for this period that they're going through. And so let's just try to keep it brief, because we are already 4 hours well over time. Support the diaspora voting. Please go ahead with what you've heard, from the Americans and Nigeria, Peter Obi, and 65 soldiers losing their lives to ISWAP.
First thing first, anyways, I wasn't here throughout the whole show. I'm not lie. So the opinion of people, what they've said, I didn't listen, because I came in late. But talking about the soldiers that lost their life, you understand, it's pathetic, it's unfortunate, but somehow, somewhere, I think the Nigerian state is getting used to it, because even in the almost every day, you hear people being kidnapped. Not even the security forces right now. People being killed by kidnappers, bandits, and other stuff. Somebody somebody in your state, whatever. So if you hear 65 soldiers died, it's like August Hoot. Like, what about the other guy that was just kidnapped yesterday and got killed? Or like the copper, like, okay, 65 soldiers died. Can you tell that to the family of that copper that was killed after paying 10 million? You're like, to hell, if 100 million died, it's not a business, because you just lost one person who they believe is important to them. So saying 65 there, whatever, for me, who gives a fuck? You sound sorry my language, but I think it's opportunity for us to still come out to like stand our ground, because like I think the government is not getting any hit from
Sorry, I don't understand. Did you say 65 died and who gives a why? What do you mean by that?
Yeah, I say who gives a hoot if 65 died? Do you understand? Because I just give you an example. The copper that died in the hands of bandits after they've paid the ransom of 10 million, or how much, whatever they pay the money, and they still kill the guy. If you go to that family now and tell them, oh, whatever kills 65 soldiers, whatever, what do you think that family will tell you? They will tell you who gives a hoot. They don't care, because one of the person. Hold on.
But is that what you are saying?
I'm listening. Look, because like I just told you, look, you're listening. I said killings in Nigeria is almost becoming a everyday norm. Like 65 is not shocking, because almost every state, every street, every town, you have somebody that's been killed by kidnappers, the same people, by terrorists, by maybe cultists or whatever. They've lost loved ones who are dear to them. So telling them that 65 Nigerian soldiers died in the hands of who gives a fuck? Why? Because the state have not even protected their own. They've not even finished mourning or their own loss. They're talking about somebody that they don't even know 65. So, like I said, if this are happening, it calls for us to look before it gets to where the whole both the civilians and soldiers get wiped out by these people because nobody's doing anything. Is calls for where all of us, before it gets to us, because we are not, seeing doing and getting mad right now on the street because it hasn't happened directly to us. By the time it has happened one or twice, probably we'll be forced out to talking is not enough, marching or demonstrating or going out physically to let them know, other than I die before they do something. So, in a nutshell, what I'm trying to say is, yes, sorry for the family, but who gives a fuck? Because people have been dying year in, year out that are not even soldiers, that even believe that these soldiers are.
Yeah, but you say that it's a terrible thing for you to say that.
I'm telling you, listen to me, my brother. Listen to me.
It's not proper now. Come on.
See, I'll tell you this.
They are human beings too.
let me tell you. Oh, yes, I'll tell you this. That's why I say I cannot feel for 65 who they are in the position to protect, and they are there sitting down, and they allow federal government or their commander, which is army generals, to accept repentant Boko Haram and come and put amongst them, and they will open their hand and accept them, and they will allow those people to infiltrate them, give her their secrets, then kill them. I'll sorry for them. No, I would rather sorry for people like that copper. No, don't worry. I don't need you to. I would rather feel pity for that copper. You understand? That is not being protected. That is armless. It doesn't have arm to protect himself. You understand? Or herself. People on the street who are being kidnapped every day, being killed, and they don't have opportunity to even protect themselves. No arm, no nothing. They're just going on their daily life, be patriotic, and yet they got killed. I rather
so that those soldiers actually went out of their way for little pay to go and pay.
My brother, listen to me. See, don't tell me out of their way. My brother, listen to me. Don't tell me out of their way.
Blaming the people that died for the decision their bosses made.
For brothers, sorry, let me tell you, don't like it. I don't want you to be like what I said, because those soldiers that they are in the system that even killed them. When I mean this is not in the Nigerian system, the military system. Their bosses are taking their welfare, eating it. You understand? And they can't do anything. Look, there's a guy in Edo State out here, Edo North out here. A channel is X-Man. Yeah, he left. He walked away, abandoned the Nigerian army. He's in his village out here, exposing them, calling out their names every day. Go and check his YouTube channel. I think for some, I've not heard of him this year now. I don't know if they arrested him or whatever. But throughout last year, he's been calling Nigerian army out, year in, year out. His social YouTube channel is X-Man. You understand? He's been calling them all the time. Look at what they've been doing, which is wrong. So if he's doing that and others like him are doing the same thing, I think by now the military would have been upgraded and avoid the death of those 65 people. But because he's been fighting, he's like a lone wolf, and his colleagues are just there, not talking, not speaking out, because they are afraid of they are protecting their Gary. They don't want to speak out for the larger future soldiers. It might not be
are they the ones supposed to speak out for Nigerians?
Sorry?
Do you know military? Are they the ones? How about the Nigerians that are not speaking up?
That's what I'm telling you. That's right. Hold on.
Hold on. I need to be clear on what you are trying to say, because this is a little bit, what you are saying can be a little bit explosive. Are you trying to say that the Nigerians too, hold on now, are you trying to say that the Nigerians too that are not calling out for some serious security revamp are also, if something happens to them, F them too? Are you saying the same thing?
Okay, good. Now, maybe you don't understand what I'm saying. I just told you. I'll say it briefly. I said, who gives I said that with this thing are becoming a norm every day, that not only soldiers are dying, the everyday people that mind their business are also dying by the same people who is killing those soldiers. You understand? And I also said, like, I want people to say, like, look, before it gets to our turn, we start saying something, but who gives a hoot if those die when the everyday people that are struggling, you understand, every day to pay their taxes, whatever, are still being killed by the same bandits? So what are you going to tell that family of that copper that bandits caught on the streets, videoed him where they were bullying him, killing him, flogging him, whatever? At the end, they killed him after they've succeeded in paying that heavy amount. You understand? What are you going to tell? Are you going to tell those families that, my dear madam or papa, mama, and Nigerian soldiers, bandit killed 65 Nigerian soldiers? What do you expect them to tell you? They'll tell you who gives you.
You don't tell them that, but you don't go and tell somebody that is already mourning about some other person's death.
Yes, exactly.
The only thing they will say is that they will not say F you. They will say they know the pain that it feels like, because those soldiers have children.
Look, wives, what I'm trying to say is not
family members.
Look, whoever family lose everybody is going to be pained. You understand? Even the soldiers that died. If you tell their family that bandits killed one copper, they will also tell the family, who cares when they just killed as a soldier? Because everybody carry everybody say about for yourself.
But not everybody will say that, though. Not everybody will say that.
Problem. So you don't tell me what I think. So before it gets to everybody's hand, like I said, I'm not telling you I'm not feeling for them. But I'm telling you that who gives you, because it's now gotten to the point whereby everybody in the streets is also feeling the same thing that those 65 soldiers are felt. You understand? 65 got killed, but millions of Nigerians have also been killed by the same bandits. You understand? I'm not telling you that it's not bad or whatever. I'm just telling you because everybody is feeling the same deaths. Like, who gives? Because we are feeling the same thing. Why should I care for you when I'm also feeling the same thing? Let your family people, let me feel as a person. It's called for where all of us can. Don't interrupt me, please. It calls for where all of us now have like, this is getting enough is enough. Before it now gets to all of us said that have not been affected directly, like we should do something. to, if coming out, like talking is not enough, talk is cheap. Coming out to really hold our government accountable is what is going to be the way forward. Because sitting down here to talk all the time, or asking for sympathy, giving us news, hey, this don't that, this don't that, this don't that. They're like, who gives a fuck? Enough of all this, whatever. Come
Okay,
out.
so hold on.
Before it gets to us.
I'm trying to fully grasp what you are saying, because, okay, if this number 65 were 65 Nigerian UCOP students, would you be reacting the same way?
Why would I react the same way for Canada? I don't know human beings.
Okay, that's what I'm trying to understand. No, I'm trying to understand you now. That's why I'm asking questions.
So in your mind now, I have this devil horn that, fuck soldiers.
I don't know. I'm just trying to understand you. I get where you're coming from. It's a level playing field. I feel like you were kind of reacting that way because they were soldiers, but clearly it's not because of that.
Say that. Look, it is now becoming like an everyday thing that we hear. You understand? People like that copper are plenty in their millions. Some with just a family just wiped out. A family just wiped out. Papa, mama, picking everybody wiped out. You understand? That is even pathetic than this is soldier that is just one member of their family that just died. But they are certified because they have different families. What about a family that just wiped out? What are you going to tell them to feel pity? So I'm putting myself in those families' shoes. Because I never get to my turn today, don't miss it, I don't feel for them. So like if I'm there, people
you should feel for every single one of them. That's what I say. I say you should feel for every single one of them. Because I know somebody that has lost his life in the same within Nigerian military. So I'm not going to say because I suffered it, I'm not going to feel for other people.
See, look, the thing is simple. Let me finish with this. The thing is simple. Look. The first thing is, you said somebody who have maimed Nigerians, killed them, bombed them, slayed them, behead them in whatever form, money or belief, whatever, and you all of a sudden they did not go to no punishment, no jail, no nothing. You just say, oh, they are repentant Boko Harams. They are Nigerians too. They have the right. That a Boko Haram, repentant Boko Haram can be the president of Nigeria tomorrow. This is what is coming from a security head telling me that kind of stuff. And these other soldiers that are sweat and blood, pay the price, ultimate price, to protect Nigerians, and now folding their arms, allowing these so-called repentant. Who told you that? Which proof do you have in life that these soldiers, these repentant Boko Harams, are not trying to pretend to come and infiltrate the Nigerian army to be giving their so-called people in the bush intel to disarm Nigerian armies? Which lie detector did you take them through that you are going to rehabilitate them?
There is no repentant Boko Haram that has been recruited into the Nigerian military. I don't know why we keep saying this. It doesn't exist. There's no repentant Boko Haram member that has been recruited into the Nigerian military.
Okay,
it doesn't exist.
Statement that they made, is it false?
Sorry. Are you saying this?
You don't speak Igbo. Leave him. Wait, let me ask you a question. Like,
there are certain things that don't happen in life. These are one of them.
No. Please,
you should know that.
I will protest it to the end.
A Nigerian officer,
because there will be mutiny within the army.
Just hold on.
Why are you getting like this now?
See, it's like hold on. Let me just say this. It's like you. It's like.
Are we ever going to finish today?
Let me explain why that is very hard to happen. Because it's like 65 soldiers losing their lives to ISWAP. Then Nigerian military go and recruit an ISWAP member to be part of the military. That's the kind of stuff that causes mutiny.
Okay, so
because people have lost their lives to the same people.
Sorry, if I send you videos of after the show, if I send you videos of Nigerian top generals, military commanders saying that they are accepting repentant Boko Harams or repentant bandits in the Nigerian army, and also made a statement that a repentant army, Boko Haram is a Nigerian, also a Nigerian, and it's possible for a repentant Boko Haram member to become the president of Nigeria tomorrow in the future. That he said that. If I send you that video that he said that.
Yeah, but I can tell you that he didn't recruit them into the Nigerian army. I can tell you that.
Okay. He's just telling to the press for telling sake.
No, if somebody says the person can be a civilian,
no, it's for
and become a president, it's a different thing.
I'm telling you verbatim what he said.
I can tell you that whatever video you see is a lie. It doesn't exist.
I'm telling you verbatim, the commander, Nigerian army, it's Channels TV, Arise TV, outside interview him, holding a press briefing. He said that the Nigerian Boko Haram members of bandits, they are also Nigerians, that if they repent, they can put them in the army, they can recruit them to the army, and who said that a repentant Boko Haram cannot be the president of Nigeria in the future. That was what he said. If I send you the video,
everything he said there was theoretical.
It's theoretical.
Yes. It's not telling you that he recruited them into the military.
If I argue with you again, come and say my head not correct.
Oh, yeah. Say whatever you want to say. The point is that you have to have.
Can we now move on to the next person?
You can't just keep making assertions like that when you don't have concrete evidence for it.
Come. If to say
you don't win, move on.
Okay, you don't win, you win.
Move to the next person.
There's no winning. I don't care about winning. I care about you.
Okay, you have made your side. You have made it clear now. We all heard you. So that is very clear. Can we move on? Come on now.
Jefferson, welcome. Thank you for joining us. You came late. There are consequences. So take 2 minutes to talk to us before we do our final round of 1 minute each. 2 minutes to talk to us about whatever you want to say. A black beauty, sorry. A black beauty. I think you are trying to say certain things in the chat. I find quite fascinating. I wish you could have joined.
You are just trying to give part. Don't look at the chat. Let me see what I'm saying.
This is always the accusation of people.
Tunaja want to flirt. Let Tunaja flirt so that we can rest.
Because I think she's very clever. She does have some ideas, because when we were talking about that tech thing, she was saying something that I'm fascinated about, because maybe there's something, it would have been good to hear what she had to say about that. It would have been good for you to come in and explain what you were saying about that.
Okay. Now she's smiling. She's smiling tonight. You are one. She's smiling.
She's not smiling. It's not going on. Jefferson, sorry about the interruption. I'm really curious about that.
Actually, what even I've never watched behind the scene, but some abstractive discussion about between you and this man brought me to the show, and I just feel that first of all, everyone's entitled to their opinion. Everyone has a say, and what we are doing here is not a waste of time. So if let me put it this way now, to actually progress in terms of the trajectory in which Peter Obi is actually going. I mean, it's just like everybody else. He's trying his best to use the platforms that are available. We should even commend him for that, because if you think about trying to form a new party and all that stuff, even that is cost effective and all of that. So why and this, of course, waste of resources. So I mean, if we should even commend the Nigerian that is even trying to use a party that is in existence to try to move the cause of the nation. And of course, the parties are in existence. They have been in the ballot. It's just that they have been dormant. Who knew Labour Party before? But he made it more popular. Now ADC is there too. He's going to make it more popular. So those are the things we're actually looking out for. And I'm also happy that Nigerians are actually on the lookout of things, because when some disgruntled people in the name of City Boy went over to the Azido or thereabouts, they are doing their own show. And it was actually interrupted by the village boy movement, which is to say that people are actually waking up to the reality of things, because there's no point trying to sell a bag of rice, try to buy people's conscience, knowing fully well that you are coming with the same script and say you have an ideology to move the country forward, but it's like it doesn't seem to have it. Trying to bring in a divide and rule situation, trying to make it look like some set of people don't have ideology because they stand up to another set of ideology. You understand? So I saw that fair play, and I mean it's a shame to the so-called people that are actually anchoring that movement. To me, they don't speak for everyone. They're only speaking for themselves, because I know the reality of things is going to actually make itself actually known. So regarding the insecurity and people dying, no one's happy about people dying. Of course, we know how the rule of engagement is. And I just want to make it clear that the Nigerian government have not been fair to their so-called armed forces. Even the so-called increment of, if you look at it, but let's even analyze the so-called pay. You see, if People, even you forefather that is in UK, you know that if you are an entry, if you are a recruit in the police in UK, I stand to be corrected, but you cannot get anything less than £1,000 per month to join the police. You can't. Police, so I'm talking of police. Then you have army and every other thing. Then in Nigeria, I don't know how.
Did you say salary of the UK police?
Yes, yes. Per
one
month.
killer they pay them for 1 month.
Yeah, we'll pay them.
You don't understand. I said the salary can never be. Of course, it will obviously be bigger than £1,000 per month.
Okay, do you mean minimum?
Entry level police now. You understand? As in UK, US, as in the entry level, at least it will always be bigger than that amount. Okay. Then, if you look at the Nigerian police armed forces, the lowest was maybe 100,000 or thereabout. They say they increased it. Now, when I just say, okay, let me see what they increased it to, they say they increased it to 300,000, maybe the least person, and I'm like, these are people that are protecting. These are the armed forces that are protecting life and property in the nation, right? And then you are starting them with 300,000. And if you compare, I'm not saying that everything should be 100%, but what can they use that one to do? What can they use that amount to do? You see, and then yet too, these are the same people that still go into to go and fight in war, and to protect to fight against external threats. And then by the time they do all those things, of course, when they kill them off in the battlefield, even the so-called top officials, no condolence, no appreciation. They don't even say nothing about them, and they lay their life down every day. But of course, we all know the situation of things now, because let me just say this: we don't have anything. We don't have security. Let's put it that way.
My brother, hold on. Before you go far, honoring 6 people will die for Iran. 6 people will die. See presidential state
exactly.
Whatever they give.
Exactly. And then
this idiot, they tell me say, "Mama, who gives a fuck?"
No, wait. So, but of course, we can take a clue. We might not do exactly what I mean, but we should have some level of decorum. You understand? So, at the end of the day, there's nothing to read. So, in terms of security, I think the Nigerian government they have failed in that regard. And we also remember, even before APC took office, right? They made it look as though when PDP was there, that they didn't care about the armed forces, they didn't care about security, they didn't care about any of those stuff, right? And even in their manifesto during the time of Buhari, they were like, oh, we are going to have a strong military, we are going to have all of that. We saw all these things. And unfortunately, this is the 10th year of this administration, like joint administration, APC administration. And we have not seen any strong armed forces. What we even see is that it has even gone bad, gone from bad to worse. So, which is to say, it is a 0. So it actually calls for a serious concern, because at the end of the day, people that are vulnerable to are the common Nigerians like me and you, who don't carry gun or who don't arm themselves. Like we look up to these people. Yeah, the people have failed, and so we are just like in a very, very degenerate situation right now. So it's just.
Do you know that what you said about minimum salary? You see, there was something I discovered recently. Do you know that in the UK, the minimum salary of a private is way less than the average salary of the country? But if you quoted 300,000 for Nigerian soldiers, that is well above minimum salary within Nigeria. So you can argue that Nigeria
has private now how much? Private is less than minimum wage.
Yes. The private salary in the UK is 26,000.
Okay.
No. And
is it less than minimum wage? Yes,
31.
Minimum wage is around average salary is around 39,000. So average salary in the UK is around 39,000.
Is it minimum wage? Minimum wage?
No, it's not going to be minimum wage now. There are people that claim.
So, Naja, what is the private salary in Nigeria?
Private salary. I think Jefferson was quoting 300,000.
No, that's not the base price. It's pricing you are basing your comparison government and private. That's not what he is saying.
Oh, of course.
So it's very wrong for you to compare government and private salary. No way it can be.
Jefferson, where did the idea of 300,000 come from? Then what were you quoting? Sorry, I may be mistaken on that. The 300,000 you quoted.
Yeah, that's the salary of the police, but you equate it to a private salary in Nigeria.
No, not police salary. Army, all of
it's
them.
Not police, it's army.
So if you want to compare with a private salary in Nigeria, not with a minimum wage in Nigeria, since that is your comparison. Because in UK you compare police as a government salary with a private earner. So in Nigeria, you have to compare the police of 300 with a private earner. How much a private earner earn in Nigeria?
Yes. Let's go with Nigeria minimum wage. Nigeria average wage. I mean,
it's not minimum wage. It's not minimum wage. Private don't pay minimum wage. Private don't pay minimum wage anywhere in the world.
That's what I'm saying. We're not even supposed to be comparing an armed forces salary with that of a civilian.
Yeah, no.
You don't do that.
No. I think the reason. No, I'm not comparing that. What I'm comparing is that the countries that prioritize their security forces more. Exactly. That's what I'm trying to compare. In the case of the UK, you can argue that the UK doesn't prioritize the security forces more than Nigeria, because Nigeria pays above the Nigerian minimum wage for their soldiers and police, while the
if I flip burger for America, if I flip burger for McDonald's for America, I earn more than any American police or American soldier. If I flip burger.
That's my point. That's my point. They don't value their soldiers as Nigeria values theirs.
Don't even say that. You might be flipping your burger, but what you don't know the benefits they are entitled to.
That's why I said it's wrong to compare their salary to a private earner. So I'm agreeing with you, Jefferson.
Okay, let me because I have a nephew who joins the
okay, go ahead.
So most people that go into the military, it's not because of the salary, it's because of the benefits that comes with it. So the salary might not be that much, might be 50, 60, 70, if you can even get to that point. Not the people in reserve, okay? People in the active duty. But the thing is that their benefit overweighs is more than their.
You are right. Their basic salary is about 45,000.
That's why a lot of people go into the military. They get, they're buying a house, they get housing incentive, free education,
free healthcare,
free healthcare, everything you can think of. So
discount. The same is true in Nigeria too. The same is true in Nigeria. They get houses, they get all kinds of different things.
No, Tunaja, not be everybody, not be every police.
No, hold on.
No, not police. Who is housing police? I'm talking about military.
Sorry, guys. If you even divide that 60 by 12 months, you get roughly, let's say, 5,000 or thereabouts, right? Which is
none of them is, at least to the best of my knowledge,
higher than what you have in Nigeria.
No, you're not gonna compare. No. My brother, don't even go that side. What is your problem? Are you talking about the Nigerians? Even if I think I saw that where they gave them a raise, the highest I saw, I think 500 and something, which is about $300 and something. And what is that equivalent if they use it, if they have a family? Come on now, what is 500 and something thousand? You can't compare it even to UK. You cannot compare it to America. And
exactly.
Who are justifying it, go and send your children to go to Nigeria.
It's so low. So in other words, and again, to these armed forces, they don't really have so much good benefit as it is to actually protect life and property. So that's why, as you can see, of course, in a way, you won't blame. I'm not saying that everything is what Local P is saying is 100%, but you won't blame him having that mind regarding the way the armed forces are being treated as against the civilians are being treated. Do you understand? It's because people are kind of fed up with what is really happening in the country, right? And we're trying to look out for the way forward. And for those who say if you stop comparing, we have to compare it, because last I checked, if you look at the yearly budget in Nigeria, yearly budget for security, it is extremely huge. What are they using the money to do?
That's huge.
Do you understand? Go and look at the budget. The Nigerian budget.
It's not enough to buy Nigerian American police boots.
It is not enough. But how is this money being dispensed? Right? Okay, it comes from the federal government, go to the state. We all know how this thing goes now. How is this money being dispensed?
I think we should be a little bit more circumspect because these people, they don't pay them a lot and they are sacrificing their lives in many cases.
Exactly. So for that, I'm not going to give anybody a slack because these are the same armed forces who know that they are not being paid right, but yet because they are following the orders of the so-called Oga on the top, they brutalize their fellow citizens. So of course,
that's a problem. I agree with that point, but it doesn't mean that
you have some kind of sympathy on the same armed forces that is in the nation.
I get where you're coming from. I think that bloody civilian thing is making Nigerians not feel sympathy for the Nigerian security forces.
Exactly, and this has been going on, and you see, these things have been going on for years. So. And that's why we are in this mess currently. So
they've not changed that doctrine of theirs.
Exactly. And you see, these are the things that need to be reformed. This is the thing that needs to be seriously looked into. But unfortunately, they are not even going to that direction. Unfortunately, these are so-called National Assembly. They are just busy spending time on the minor, spending time on the major. Of course, trying to see how they will amend the law to witch hunt their political perceived enemies, and then make laws that will suit themselves. And it's very, very simple. Even when things are not being done right in terms of the so-called policies and laws that and then an average Nigerian who sees the danger is trying to lend a voice. They are very, very quick to still bring those same armed forces again to come and intimidate fellow Nigerians just because they are trying to lend their voice. So you see, you can see how crazy it is.
Thank you.
That's why we're not having any direction. So I mean,
thank you.
I don't really know
this your 2 minutes don't burn 10 minutes. So it was interesting. It was interesting trying to, but I support the diaspora. Obviously, it's a troublemaker. I always trust trouble. You could have gotten Dr. Damage into trouble when you talking as if you are telling FU to dead soldiers. That is not good. Yakubu, thank you for joining us. And I appreciate your patience and time here.
But I can say FU to dead civilians.
No, you can't. You can't say that. But I think the Nigerian government is not going to come after you for that. But the military is a bit of anywhere in the world. If you try that, you're going to have problems. I'm going to assure you. Even in the US, you try that, you have problems. Seriously.
It's only in Nigeria.
Yakubu.
Okay.
Everybody, 1 minute to close out so that we've stayed over 1 hour, 30 minutes over time. So let's just take 1 minute to tell Nigerians what we think. Thank you.
Well, for me, as an ex-soldier, as an ex-officer as well, I would say, may the souls of the soldiers rest in peace. You don't say effing to soldiers because those are guardians. If you do that, it means there is no nation to die for. That's what you're trying to say. And that's unfortunate if your mindset has degenerated to that point. So on that note, I will say good night and thank you.
Well, I really appreciate that. Thank you, Yakubu. And
thank you for your service. Thank you for your service.
And look at that, you're certainly happy for the service.
Those are the part of the benefits, Thank you for your service.
Yeah, wait first. The time when they tell civilian made they do frog jump for nothing. You know, that one.
Oh God!
Come back here, my friend. Why you my face? I never see also can know, but the bad side to conduct the bad side.
Let's do that.
It's not entirely wrong. It's not entirely wrong. So many things went bad.
See, don't get me wrong. Yeah.
No. Let's not start on that. We have 1 minute.
I'm not starting that thing. Look, see. It's just a pay me that some people minds are not just open. You only see one thing and you just want to pick sentiment. Nobody's look. I cannot be happy that somebody died. I'm just telling you, look, yeah, because of the millions of lives that have been lost in Nigeria, because of the inadequacy of these security men. Do you understand? Because of their incompetence, because of their inadequacy. So why would I can't defeat for them with them? Why I know saying that because of their incompetence make somebody or may I know die? Why I can't defeat for them? You get my point? So I said so
It's
before
not their
you get to
incompetence.
everybody's before you get to everybody's backyard or everybody gets experience, like it's now you call for us to do something to say hold our government responsible. That's what I was driving at. Not like okay, no, they're not concern me and that's it. Sometimes if somebody speaking, try to open your mind and try okay, where is this person going to? Not you just take one phrase, fuck them, and tomorrow just imagine now, take that word, fuck them, and like that, everybody just believe. Like just meanwhile, I was explaining over. Look, I'm not trying to say look, fuck them, but I say to hell with them because judging from the fact that the family that just lost 3 people in their family or 4 persons in their family, if you tell them 65 million, 65 soldiers die, what do you want me to be their response? That's where I'm just coming from. If I'm in their shoe, I'm like, to hell with them. Because 3 or 4 persons just died for my family because of insecurity. You understand? So if they can't die for not doing their job, should I be feeling bad? No. But I'm just saying,
They
so
did
before
their
it gets to
job.
everybody's
Oh,
backyard,
goodness.
let's do something.
It's not fair what you're doing. You don't know how unfair it is, but it's okay. OT, yeah, it's a bit unfair, your criticism. OT, thank you for joining us. So what do you have to say to Nigerians? 1 minute.
May the souls of the innocent departed rest in peace.
Thank you. That was brief, very, very brief, as OT only knows how to do. Let me go with Jefferson. Jefferson, what do you have to say to Nigerians? It doesn't have to be about the soldiers. Everybody seems to be making it about the soldiers. You could tell Jagaban to resign. He might listen.
Well, for the soldiers and the soldier department, and then also for the innocent Nigerians that have been involved in religious, tribal, and all manner of crisis in the country. Their souls also rest as well. The soul of the department rest, as I would say. I just wish I would get it right and do things differently.
Why is he wasting his time when he can?
Thank you. Who is that? Who is this in talking? Support diaspora voting before. This is about diaspora voting. What do you say to them? Be nice to Nigerians. You don't have to say it to the soldiers. To Nigerians.
Oh, forget the soldiers. They be nice people. Why do you make visa? I hate soldiers. No. That means, let leave it. If you don't get the point, let it go. Don't worry. Anyways, the reason I've been saying to Nigerians, look, talking is cheap. Yeah, you understand. Everybody can be a little better. I think our problem is we don't want to lead. Yeah, we are just being afraid to lead. Come out and like move. Come out. Probably we are looking for okay. Let somebody do it. They will follow. And I don't believe in that kind of movement because if that leader you're waiting for gets compromised or anything happens to that leader, nobody can take over. Everybody will just back out and run back. You understand? So I don't believe in that kind of movement. I think waiting for people to start before you move. No, I think everybody can start, not waiting for anybody. And that's the kind of spirit I'm looking for, whereby you start and not wait for anybody. Move. I mean, let the world feel, Palestinians, they did it. You understand? They did it and the world felt them. Even they did it in a country, in a region, Western region, where they have little chance because they look them as terrorists or whatever. And they did it, protest in America, UK, Canada, whatever. And their voice was heard. Before you know, people started feeling, the world started listening to them, having sympathy for them. Okay, now people are now standing boldly, free Palestinian. You understand? So if we can also do that, you understand, come out like that consistently, I guess we'll still be having people all over the world supporting free Nigerians, end bad governance, and whatever, you understand? So that's just my point. Please, we should not think of making all the dollars or pounds or foreign currency. It will end up amounting to nothing if where we come from it's no more. So please, let's do what is right before it's too late.
Thank you. Thank you. Pax Americana. Thank you for your patience, immense patience. You've been here for hours, I didn't said anything. So what message have you got for Nigerians?
Thank you. To Nigerians, when it comes to issue of Obi and 2027, please don't listen to Tunanja and Jagun. Not because they don't know anything, but when it comes to Nigerian politics and politics in general, they don't know anything. You get what Peter Obi knows that these two people don't know. I know because I did read. I will say everybody should follow me. Go to Google or any of those search engines and type what they call movementism. Movementism refers to a political or social approach that prioritizes mass movement, political protest, and campaign activism over organized long-term political building. They also, if you continue, we also, they prioritize collective sustained action of ordinary people outside of traditional institutional framework. While political parties focus on winning election and NGO focus on specific policy tweak, movementism focus on shifting the underlying power of dynamics of a society. Now, when Obi, after 2023, Obi come out that his movement is bigger than any political party. Only political savvy people understand the pregnancy of that statement. And it only for the history of Nigeria, nobody can brag that it can sustain a movement that is about 1 million without a political party behind it. But that aside, since the coming of our consciousness of the obedient movement, things are changing. People are boldly confronting the institution. That is the underlying change the movement is putting forward. It's not just, Obi understand, it's not just a buying, understanding the political climate of turn by turn, but he's ready to put his neck out for that thing that gave him glory. Nigeria na party na for sale anywhere in the world. Political party are for money makers. Nigeria has 20 political party. When push comes to shove, political party will not be Peter Obi's problem. You have to understand the dynamics of Nigeria as a country and its political party. I keep saying it, and many of us understand the game that are played. So just because you don't see PDP, APC, Labour Party, go and study what movementism is all about. Then you understand what Obi is about. Ladies and gentlemen, stop listening to those two people. Just because they're an adult doesn't mean they understand jack. Good night, y'all.
Good night. Jagu, have you got something to say to Nigerians? I thought I should ask. Okay. All right.
I have something for you, forefather.
Oh, look at that there. For me again. All this
before we Jagu, I don't understand you again.
Good night.
Okay. Good night. Thank you. Jagu, where's Jagu? Okay, yeah, that's
I'm here, man.
Right.
Mr. Jagu, I say I don't understand you again, Jagu. How far?
I did. Don't worry, I'll speak to you tomorrow.
Oh, wow, you say Friday before.
Don't worry about that. You took long, man, yourself. You don't know what's been going on with me. Anyway, this is not the place, my friend.
Yeah,
you ain't doing strange things.
They look like brothers.
I said hello, then you continued. Anyway,
right, Jagu, go ahead. 1 minute.
I've got very little to say to Nigerians, really. I've said what I've said, and I meant it. People who like to complicate things like they're complicated. They're not complicated. Stupid people are going to remain stupid and think that they know everything. That's up to them. I don't want to speak about OVA with his rubbish. He always speaks things that don't really make any sense to me, and it's just rubbish. He just likes talking movementism. What the fuck? What the fuck is that? Where did you read that? Where did you read that rubbish word? Fuck off.
What? Why do you have to call? No, Jago,
It's
Jago,
bullshit.
you don't
It's
have to
bullshit. It
because
doesn't belong anywhere. It
there are
doesn't
family members here
movementism
now.
and
You
the
can't just be
paralysis
causing.
of the stagnation of the
What if he
distance
starts
of the.
doing that?
It's just absolute nothingness. If you're going to communicate with Nigerians, I was thinking that you would do it in simple language, but no, he came with jargon from some idiot book that he read that he doesn't understand. Anyway, my one is like this. I'm about to run out of battery. I've got 2%. You see, this world is real, and as long as we are living it, we are going to see everything of realism and of fate. It is up to us as to say which, and if we can't do that, it is down to us again. Me, I'm not here to play stupid games, stupid words, and be doing stupidity all day long because somebody disagrees with me. If you want to challenge me with what I think, come and challenge me. I'll break you into pieces. However, if you just want to talk shit, fuck off.
I debate my equal. The rest I teach. You are not even up to my students.
Yeah. You said that before.
Can we leave
You said
the
that before.
insults? Can
It's
we leave the
boring.
insults?
Boring. It doesn't belong anywhere. You understand? You're a boy to me, a small boy. So
nobody know you with any point. They only know you with your family problem.
You know when you spoke, I didn't interrupt.
We only know you with your family
I didn't
problem.
interrupt.
You don't get
I didn't
any
interrupt.
point.
When you spoke, I didn't interrupt. But you can't help it.
Jago, you are cursing.
And that's your issue.
You didn't curse.
Exactly. You where they stay for England, you don't get vocabulary to address person. Now only curse. That says a lot about your intellect.
It's no nonsense. Again, more nonsense. Again, what does that mean? It means nothing.
You come, they tell your family problem to the whole world. We are listening. You know that nobody
I don't
can
mind.
say this.
I don't mind. I'm a confident bruv. I'm a confident individual. I'm much older than you, and you're a small boy, and you're going to remain a small.
Now only your family problem again. You don't get anything
already. Don't put you guys backstage now. It's not fair.
No. Why did you, forefather? Tell me, it's my turn. Why are you stopping me from speaking? Isn't it the other idiot?
You are using some very.
No, but I'm going to do that if someone's interrupting me. Come on,
let's try to be civil. Let's try to be civil.
Turn that idiot off and let me finish my 1 minute.
Civility is not by age.
Let's try to.
It cannot be civil.
What are you being civil? Are you civil?
We can say he didn't.
You don't have it. You don't have it. You don't have it. You don't have it. You have to close out.
You think that bothers me? All your words doesn't bother me. It's just nonsense, as I've said.
But you are responding if it doesn't bother you.
Well, I'm letting you know. I'm letting you know that it doesn't. See, exactly.
Can you finish now? Can you finish?
That's exactly what you're supposed to do.
No, not necessarily. I didn't.
No, is that I didn't disturb you.
You're the one that was cussing out.
Yes, I was, because I would. However, I did not disturb him, and that's what you need to take up.
Of course, it's disturbing.
I didn't
disturb somebody and disturbing them now. When you cause somebody and disturbing them, what do you think it causing is?
No,
take it easy.
No,
let's be civil. Let's be civil. We are talking. They are with their families, and we are here arguing over because let's just talk to Nigerians. Let's just get on with it and close out. Okay, are you done?
No, I'm not. But I'm waiting for you to finish.
Okay. Go ahead then. Go ahead.
Okay. Now I've said what I said and I mean it. You know, it's a straightforward life. You know, as I said, if anybody wants to challenge anybody in a strict communication, word to word appreciation of what it is we understand and what it is we don't, I'm always up for that game. However, to presume is just being stupid, and stupidity, as I've said, is something I don't like. You know, when people are being stupid, when there are sensible people around, it's like, what are you doing, you fool? So who's got time? What I'm saying to Nigerians right now, as I really didn't have, I've said what I feel about Nigeria and what I feel about the level of impossibility that we put before ourselves and think that it merits any respect. It doesn't merit respect when people are just putting impossibility in a world full of possibilities. So for me, that's what I've got to say. The world is full of possibilities. If you want to trap yourself in idiocy, then there are people that you can adhere to on this platform.
Thank you. Thank you. See, for me, I would like to send my condolences to the families of the soldiers that lost their lives, and I'm sure there are Nigerians that have lost their lives to these bandits too and terrorists. Condolences to all of them. The ones that happened this week and the ones that happened before now. Let them know that there are Nigerians that are also feeling the pain that they are feeling, not like we are going to feel it like they are. Clearly, the pain they are going through cannot be imagined. So they should know that people still feel a kind of are in solidarity with them to try to resolve some of all these things that are going on, which is very, very tragic. There was something I wanted to share that I discovered. I wouldn't say I discovered, I just something anyway. The point was that I was having a conversation with somebody that was like a Muslim. I think it was Somali or Ethiopian or something. And he was like, that when Muslims are attacked, like let's say Iran is being attacked now, you want to go and help Iran. I was like, if you put your religion first, why don't you go and help Iran? Or why don't you go and help the Palestinians? That every group of people put their own people first. And that is something we as our people in Nigeria don't seem to understand, especially some Northerners. They don't fully understand that. They think their religions come first. And he said, no, their religion comes first. He argued with me that his religion came first. I said, but why are you not fighting for Iran now? Or Palestinians if you came first? He said, because you can't do that. It would be stupid. But I said, but when you attack, you defend yourself. Why would you defend yourself then? Because it's you now. Your personal, and he couldn't dodge it. Because in reality, everybody operates to protect their own people's life. That's always been the prime directive. But there is this lie and kind of mangling of reality where people say their religion came first. I don't know where that came from, because in reality, it's never practiced. Because even by anecdotal discussion, you find out they will go on to confess that, okay, actually, when I'm hit, I'll defend myself. But when another Muslim is hit, I will not. I will just offer him platitudes from afar.
Tunaja, not to interject, but to ask you a question along that line. Do you think that is more dangerous than being a nationalist? Because some people argue that a nationalist ideology is always dangerous because you are meant to put your nation first before every other person. So it's the same argument side by side with those who put religion first. So the question now is
nationalist
that,
ideology. I think nationalist ideology is one of the most, if you want to put it in a kind of pejorative, in a way that will, some people will not like, it's one of the holiest ideologies you could have for your people, because you are trying to put them first for everything. You want to protect them. You want to make sure they do well. That is the best idea you can come up for your own people. But the discussion reveals something that the lie people tell to themselves. You know, it's funny, I've never had that kind of conversation before, because it was he couldn't like, but if your religion came first, you should go and, that's your religion came first. Why is it you wait until you get attacked? Because your people come first. It's always been that truth. And we in Nigeria.
Okay, let me put it another way, Tunaja. Let me put it another way. You have a twin brother, right? Who Americanized, American national, right? And now you have another brother who is a Nigerian Muslim, right? And I mean, this is pretty much our reality today. So where your allegiance lie within these two of them? Because you have to be one. Are you going to go with that who is a Nigerian like you, but is a Muslim, or your other brother who is another country nationality? So that's where it boils down to.
Okay, if they are both my brothers, it depends on the one I have proximity to. So if they are both my brothers, I will defend both of them. Depend on who is closer, because it takes longer to get to the other one. So you defend the one that is immediately.
So now your analogy for flat by saying that nationality comes first, that you have to protect your national people first before that person.
Oh yes, because generally you're going to be closer to the person in your country.
So it's not that easy, right? It's very complicated.
That's why
because that's where we are now, right?
Proximity matters. Proximity matters. For your nation, you You have to put your nation first, the one that is closest to you. And the truth is, that's what people do.
Yeah, but Tunaja, listen to this. Nigerian today, the northern Nigerian today is faced with that dilemma. In the 60s, they fought to attain that Nigeria as a nation. Today, they are faced with a different civilizational challenge, which is the religion crisis. So where are they now? Because that's what they are facing as a northern Nigeria. You carry gun against your fellow nation, against another Nigerian who you think that is a traitor because he wants to leave. That's the civil war. Now today, you are faced with pretty much the same dilemma, but it's not against nationalists that you are fighting for now, but you are fighting against your own religion. Again, you are also meant to carry gun against your own nationality. So if you are another Nigerian person, you see how you see where they did today as Nigerians.
Islamists that kill fellow Nigerians.
We are in a very tricky situation. Go ahead, Jefferson. Sorry.
There's nothing tricky about it. You see, even most of us stand up is that within our own faith, somehow when we are practicing our beliefs, we sometimes we get things twisted within Christianity, within Islam, and all of that. We do things that don't really add up. So I believe one should be objective and do what is just.
But Jefferson, if you say it doesn't add up, but that's to you as a Christian, but to a Muslim, everything makes sense to a Muslim. To him, it makes everything sense to him.
That's what I'm telling you. There comes a time when you have to be. Look, you have to see. There's a difference between quoting something from what you stand on and actually knowing what and having an understanding of it. Because last I checked, even within our holy books, they say the letter killeth, but the spirit giveth life. That is very, very deep. Because there are people who will read their Quran from beginning to end. There are people who will read their Bible from beginning to end. Literally, just reading it, and then they will go by the words, literally. But they will never have understanding of whatever they are following. And it will bring chaos to them. But those who have the proper understanding will be the one to be able to have the proper direction. But obviously, we are living in a nation with different beliefs. Of course, one cannot say, okay, I carry my belief, put on you, or vice versa.
That's why I say we are in a very tricky situation as a Nigeria.
My argument is that you can have your multiple beliefs, but the Nigerian life is sacred. You can't touch it. That should be number one, because that's what people do.
Because in the 60s, we bomb ourselves because of tribe. Today, we are bombing ourselves because of religion.
And that is what should stop. That should stop, because most of the people, they are not doing it because of religion. It's because of their tribe. That's why Iran is fighting because of his tribe. And the same thing with the Arab countries. They are even attacking fellow black Muslims.
Yes, at the local level, not tribe, but at the geopolitical. You are right, Tunanja. At the local level, not tribe, but at geopolitical level, now Christian and Muslim civilization, and we are both, as in Nigeria, we are both deep in the two.
But why are we going too far? Is it not last year?
Let me round up. Maybe you guys can talk backstage, because I see another Rafo as well. I decided to come when everybody's trying to close out.
Who come on?
He's trying to make trouble.
Bring him now.
No, we have to go backstage. We have to go backstage. Because we have to close out. It's 5 hours now. Thank you, gentlemen. I appreciate you. I thank you for your patience. Pax America, it got rough today a little bit. You started a bit rough, actually.
We are Nigerians.
Support diaspora voting. Jefferson, of course, we are all Nigerians. All right. Till next time, let me play us out with some of our memorable cultural jams out there, because I do like to.
It's your fake culture.
Hey. Be careful.
I'm sorry,
Thou shall not mess with our cultural period.
I'm sorry, sir.
Man, if you study Nigeria, if you see Nigerian culture from the inside out, you will be marveled.
Oh, it's beautiful.
How remarkable that country is. How remarkable it is. There are so many things going on in that country that one cannot just start speaking up, really. Let me see if I can find this one. Where is it now?
See, play Two-Face. The African Queen.
Which one is
That's our
Two-Face?
culture. African Queen. That's
Well,
a
I think
classic.
they are going to flag that one. Don't flag it on YouTube. Well, let me close out with our Southeastern brothers.
Elijah Sokwabia, Gideon Sokwabia, Namu Abraham, Isaiah Onyamuma, Tito Patenken Sukabo, Anile Supa, Anto, Alpha, and we're on your map, Ida, we're on your baby. Come on, and your bano, yeah, I have a candle, and you do it, yeah, you kill him, kill him, kill him, yeah, you kill him, yeah, you kill him.
Mariamu Begwani Wabunamu Masibili, Ebiziali, Mamulana Mo, Mariamu Rakani Wabunamu Masibili, Ebiziali, very big buenos. Yego Keliza Wabati Bobo, Patazia. Namu Nanamu Yakeliza Wamili Malogwe na Wego, the Wego, Kedizi Kosina Yakeliza Wanamili Malogwe na Wego, the Wego, Neberebe Mariamu Begwani Wabunamu Masibili, Ebiziali, Mamulana Mo, Mariamu Rakani Wabunamu Masibili, Ebiziali, very big buenos. Yego Keliza Wabati Bobo, Patazia. Namu
You will dance especially for me today. Yeah. Yes. Yes. Or else we'll pay fine.